Hey, John or Brenda, I don't know, or Jennifer, I don't know if y'all can hear me, but I can't hear any sound, but I can see y'all really good.
So Dr. Mack, can you hear us? Hold on.
Yes, now I can. Thank you.
I do the best I can. I'm not doing it, y'all.
Set the bar high.
I know. Well, I'll make it easy on that. So, my speakers. Are we getting it still? Or are we done?
No, we're going. We're going.
All right, good morning.
But you will have to speak up.
Good morning. We are going to bring this meeting to order. First thing, let's do a roll call real quick if we may. Make sure it looks like everybody's here except for Riley. Isn't anybody other than Riley? Nope. So we'll let the record reflect that everybody is here except for Riley. Got any financials that we need to go over?
Yes. I do have the financial report.
Do we
So,
need to, excuse me, real quick, do we need to approve minutes or review minutes? Yes. As well,
You can do either or you want to.
let's do that. Let's do the minutes real quick.
Motion to approve.
Second. Mitchell made a motion to approve the minutes from the last board meeting, and Dr. Jolly seconded. Do you have any other comments? All in favor of approval of that last meeting's minutes, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Let the record reflect that it's approved by everybody.
Hey, did we lose Debbie?
She's right there.
Yes, I can do that.
This is,
All right. Now,
okay. I do have the financial report for you. So currently we have a total fund balance, which includes our treasury as well as the money management trust fund. And that total is $2,887,242. I do have an update on our audio visual system that we have been trying to get. So the health department has approved our request for an increase in capital outlay for this project. It still has to go before the peer committee, and that's going to be mid-November. So hopefully that'll go through, and then we will have this before the next board meeting for sure. The only other thing is renewals do open up at the end of this month, first November 1. And this is for technicians, which we right now have over 10,000 technicians permitted with us. And then all the other facility permits other than retail pharmacy.
So on capital outlay, you said we're just waiting for committee approval for funding for the fiscal year.
Yes.
That's when you just have to have approval to get moved over to the right account, to be able to spend it as capital.
and when do you think that'll be?
The meeting is, I think, November 15th. So,
What's our typical budget approval for capital?
Zero. Yeah, it's, the interesting thing is because we don't generally have capital improvement, we haven't had any money in that area of our appropriation. So anytime we've had to spend money outside operations for that, we have to approve.
Do we need approval of anything on that?
Just
Just the financial.
financial report.
We just accept it. Accept the financial.
Yep.
Report says,
All in favor of accepting the financial report as presented? Say aye.
I,
Any opposed? Let the record reflect. All approved, minutes, or financial. I wanted to, take just a brief second and, recognize the board member, Cheryl, Dr. Cheryl Bryant, who's with us today. Thank you, nice to see you.
good to see you.
Consent agreements.
So we could either do that now, or we have a large spreadsheet, or we can come back to it later.
Let's hear later. Later?
Yeah, we'll bring that up. It's a long spreadsheet because we have all the, or almost all the CE consent agreements that are on there. That gives you a chance to, for consideration as a whole. I think next up, we've got reciprocity. And for that, I need to, can you unpin Debbie so that the reciprocity will pop up?
Unpinned, Debbie.
Yep, should be right there on the cursor.
Over here.
One
I
last,
think you can just go to gallery, you can just stay in the
Okay.
top left corner.
Over view, top right. Let's go
Remove
to-
pin.
oh. Okay.
Where's all the other?
All right, reciprocity.
let me, John, one more thing. I also want to recognize Mr. Harrelson for his first appearance at the board.
New board member.
Yep.
Harold, you want to tell us real quick who you are, where you're from, and what you want to do when you grow up?
Well, growing up, I've never started that yet.
There you go. That's, I like that answer.
But you have to have, I'm a retired attorney. I practiced exclusively in the healthcare area for 45 years before I retired. And it's good to be on the board and working with folks.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, for reciprocity, and I'm going to do my best to speak up so you guys can hear me, and I'll ask you to do the same. You just heard we've got a capital outlay that's actually helped improve our functionality for doing Zoom meetings, which will be nice at some point, just not quite yet. What we'll do is we'll call you up in alphabetical order. The board members have your some of your reciprocity questions and information on their screens. I want to know the following 4 things. So Miss Cynthia, you're going to be up first. You'll be our test, but they're going to want to know who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in the state of Arkansas. When we go through your group, please stick around with us till the end of the group. Then we will close out the group in alphabetical order for our first time slot and have the board vote on your reciprocity before we start the next time slot. So first up, we've got Cynthia Marie, is it Aguilar? We have Cynthia with us.
Isn't it weird that there's only like
Yeah, I'm wondering why we've only got a handful of people.
reciprocity on the-
For 9:30.
Oh,
All right, well, let's do my apologies. I had it down at 9 on my schedule, so we'll come back to reciprocity in about 15 minutes, let some more people load in. So I'm gonna go ahead and pass this to you. Okay. This is a list of there's 7 of those. Yes, sir. The first one I'm handing out are the results that we have been able to get to conclusion so far on our CE audit. And the next one is a list of the other surrenders, consent agreements, preliminary consent orders, probation consent orders, and agreed orders that we have had since the last meeting. We did have one late addition that we've got on here as well, which was received this morning.
So the first document that you received is the document that outlines the consent agreements that we have received regarding the continuing education audit. The continuing education audit, we sent out 228 consent agreements to pharmacists throughout Arkansas and the rest of the country that had not met their continuing education requirements. We have 58 still pending. This list represents fines that resulted in $60,974. And rather than read each one of these are considered non-disciplinary actions. So rather than read each one of these into the record, if we can take it in its entirety, I think that's what we've done in the past.
Yes. Years ago, we actually even had conversations with the National Data Bank that a CE issue with our approach to it being a doubling what you have missed with just a paperwork processing fee for the hours missed, that would be appropriate without it being reported to the National Data Bank or reported as a permanent disciplinary action on the license. We, as Dr. McCray said, we do have 58 of them still pending. Some of these people have refused any type of contact with us. In general, we ask the board for guidance. Do you just want us to notice them for hearings at a future date? If they don't show up, I mean, and for all we know, a couple of these people may have passed away, but we don't know that. But I think that our overall percentage was, 98% of all pharmacists had all their CE immediately upon our first initial glance at audit. And then we got down to where it was just a couple hundred, 300 or so, that when we found out there were errors in reporting or they had local approved CE, it was not in CE monitor. I think we're well above 99% of the pharmacists in the state, even through the pandemic, had all their CE.
And it is $100 fine per hour if they don't get it. It's an easy $100 per hour fine not to have to pay if they meet the requirements, which when we have people call and say there were no light hours available, I said, well, 99% of our pharmacists have light hours. So we did not waive the light hours, and we've not done anything to the audit.
We did have a number of people that got upset that they apparently did not know that you could do live CE via the computer. I can't explain how they missed that. We had people argue with us that the Board of Pharmacy would not accept computer CE. We had people that were upset. They said, well, they were too busy saving lives to get CE during the Banium. Although, I mean, from my perspective, I saw more free CE, especially with COVID, in the last couple of years than I would have ever imagined to be available.
You had to get it just to get the vaccine.
I mean, to know what was going on with that, yeah. But,
Well, y'all perused the list? Are y'all good with doing it all together, or is there anything y'all want to pull out? Good with everything?
Probably do one for the CE agreements, then one for the others, if there's any questions about it.
And if you're wondering why the yellow highlight on some of these, it's because those are people that actually didn't respond at all to the initial information that I sent out, and I highlight those as I go. And then,
It didn't come through on our.
Yeah, it's just it's a very light gray highlight on a few of them. Like the first one on the second page, you can see.
but they did eventually respond.
Do we have a way of knowing what percentage of these folks actually have a practice site here in the state versus out of state? The order and some of these, it was just their backup picks and.
I can tell that, I have to sort by address, but
I was just curious.
I'm glad to get that information for you.
Yeah, but if they're part of the CPE monitor, it will show up there, they have information, they just ignore it.
Yeah, and Dr. Newsom, it's an interesting point with CE monitor. I mean, I know you use it and I use it, even though for me, I only have one license. But if you're licensed in multiple states, as minimal as our CE requirements are, other than the live portion that people get confused about, it tells you what you are missing for each state, when it's due. And I mean, if you're having to do 30 hours each binding for most states, most of my folks that I know with multiple state licenses have tons of CE because of some of the very specific requirements in other states.
So we're good with taking it all as a whole? I will entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the commission orders related to CE.
Second. The record reflect, Dr. Mitchell made the motion to accept the fines for CE as a whole. And Dr. Jolly, second. Any other comments? All in favor of these people receiving these
Aye.
fines for lack of CE? Please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Let the record show unanimous. All right, next.
The other one is the list of orders for consideration of voluntary surrenders. We've got 3 of those consent agreements, many of which are standardized consent agreements that we are able to do directly to staff due to stores that have not reported their change of ownership in a timely manner or changed their PIC correctly, or just minor medication errors that meet specific criteria the board has given us in the past. Then we have some preliminary consent orders you will see. The first one will actually come and visit with us tomorrow morning. The other 2 are support group referrals by the board. Then we've got probation consent orders that are from previous appearances at informal committee. And then we have one agreed order that we've had for a little time that we want to be sure to get in the record. That's something you'll also see later.
Motion to approve.
We have a motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, Dr. Newsom seconds. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Just going over the agenda for you guys real quick, and apologies every time we try to do this, I hate to say janky system with Zoom, but that's kind of what it is right now. Yeah, we have a little bit of a stutter step, it seems, for our meeting, but you'll see today is mostly different appearances due to requests before the board. A couple of those are application requests, and other things are things like use of some automation for hospice facilities. Trying to look at dates for June meeting. That's a reminder that we should need to do that during our meeting this week. Tomorrow morning, we will kick off. You'll see the first name person there that they're not with the support group, but it was the best time to stick them in along beside the support group. We do have a couple people from the support group asking for advancements in their hours. We did tell them they could come in by Zoom because they've already been before the board multiple times previously in person. Then we have tomorrow, most of the day is hearings. Some of them will likely be convoluted, and we're trying our best to kind of give the times for those hearings that we think that they will take. Some of them may run a little bit short, some may run a little bit long. Thursday is an informal day. It is all applicants pretty well that we have not been able to have an informal in the last month or so, so we are treating Thursday as an informal. We recognize that I know a couple of you plan on not being here for Thursday. As long as we have enough to run a normal informal meeting, we should be fine with that. I think it is almost, is it all techs?
Okay.
Yeah, all pharmacy technician applicants with something on their application.
One exception, this is the.
Oh, yes, we do have one DME applicant that had a background issue on their application. So that'll be on Thursday. Any questions about the agenda?
Does anybody remember off the top of their head the February dates? We are.
Say about that. I'm sure we'll pull it, get to you.
Yeah, I couldn't remember if it was the 14th, 15th, 16th, or the 21st.
So with that, we still got about 5 minutes before reciprocity is officially on there. I think we have a few more participants on. Let me pull the business seat here. There were 33 participants, counting about 7 of us. Here in all this. You guys want to answer, or you want to refresh your copy real quick?
We can take a brief recess.
Okay. Come back in 5 minutes for reciprocity.
We got another group, so- But-
Oh, yeah, a little bit close.
All right, guys,
All right, we're back in play.
reciprocity. And for the five people who have already heard this once, due to my confusion, I apologize. But for reciprocity, what we'll do is we will call your name. It's in alphabetical order. When you pop up on screen for our board members, we are going to want to know the following: who you are, where you went to school, where you live now, and why you are getting a license for the state of Arkansas. The board members have part of your reciprocity questions for reciprocity candidates on their screen. They may have some questions with you. If not, we'll move on to the next name. Please stick around until the end of your group, at which point the board members will vote on your group block for reciprocity. Once again, we will call you up alphabetically. First up, we have Cynthia Marie, is it Aguilar? We have Cynthia Marie here. Does not look that way. We'll skip her and go on to Harmony Marie Aker. I know I saw Harmony on here.
Hello, good morning. I'm Harmony Aker. How are you today?
Doing well, Harmony.
Good. Hopefully you guys can hear me. My name is Harmony Marie Aker. I went to Rutgers University, graduated in 2001. I currently live in Meridian, Idaho, and I am seeking reciprocity to take over PIC duties of our facility in Meridian.
And what company was it for, Harmony?
Amazon Pharmacy.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Aker? All right, next up, so Ahmed Aljara, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct. Yes, hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Ahmed Aljara. I went to the University of New England up in Maine. I graduated in 2018. And the reason why I'm seeking to get licensed in Arkansas is because I work in a mail order hospice pharmacy and I am taking the backup licenses for that pharmacy.
And for still the Avantum,
Avantum Hospice Pharmacy, correct, yes.
so how does Avantum do emergency services when needed in Arkansas?
So we are usually a mail order pharmacy, and we have different options for shipping. So if something is needed urgently, we could either, ship it priority overnight, meaning it will get there, the next morning. Or if it's needed more urgently than the following morning, we would offer a local fill. So we would set the medication up for billing purposes and then ask either, the patient's caring family member or the patient's nurse to go to a local pharmacy and fill that medication, essentially. We would transfer it to a local pharmacy.
Any questions about that? Okay. All right. Shelby Anderson.
Good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay. My name's Shelby Anderson. I went to Texas Tech University in Amarillo, Texas. I am currently in Bentonville. Actually, that's why I'm seeking reciprocity. I moved my family to Northwest Arkansas. So that's why I'm here.
Any questions? And where are you working currently, Shelby?
Yeah, I work for Optum Hospice Pharmacy Services. We're nationwide and I work from home. So my job has said you can live anywhere you want to, just make sure you're licensed in that state, obviously. So yeah, so I've been with Optum for the last 3 years. I love being able to work with hospice patients and their providers. So, but I also love beautiful places. So that's why I'm here in Arkansas now.
Any questions? Alan Anthony.
You guys see me?
Yep.
Hey, it's Alan Anthony. I actually go by AJ, and I apologize. I lost my voice over the weekend, so bear with me. I'm in North Palm, Florida. I went to Palm Beach Atlantic University. It's downtown West Palm Beach. I am currently the only employee for startup Elevation Pharmacy. That's a mail order pharmacy. And is there anything else I'm missing?
So what's unusual about Elevation?
Say that again.
What is unusual about Elevation? Like, what's the business for Arkansas?
Well, they told me just to get licensed in all the states that require it. I don't think necessarily Arkansas is super high on the list, but generally it's men's health, so ED, weight loss, things along those lines. And I did want to thank you for your little video that you put up on the board of pharmacy. You're the only state that does that.
Our law review?
Yep, it's pretty great. Appreciate that.
I think a lot of people think it's a punishing hour and a half.
No, I was walking around downtown Little Rock just listening to it. Made it a lot easier. Got me mobile.
There you go. Anything else? All right, we've got Catherine Birkenbaum.
Hi there, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm Catherine Birkenbaum. I went to University of Oklahoma here in Tulsa. I live in Tulsa and I'm doing relief pharmacy right now. I'm kind of a traveling pharmacist and it looks like there's going to be some opportunities in Northwest Arkansas, which I very much enjoy going to and have friends in the area. So I think that covers it.
Any other questions, Ms. Birkenbaum? All right, seeing none. Sarah Billings.
Good morning. Thank you for this time. I am Sarah Billings. I am in Springfield, Missouri. I graduated from St. Louis College of Pharmacy, which is now the University of Health Sciences and Pharmacy, I believe. And I work for Mercy Hospital here and am in a more ministry level position where I'm offering population health services across our Southwest Missouri and Northwest Arkansas Fort Smith communities. With that, not actually seeing patients or dispensing prescriptions, but doing chart review and medication management as part of that.
Okay. Any questions, Ms. Billings? All right, Jay Boyd. Mr. Boyd, you're on mute still.
Can you hear me now?
There we go.
Okay, sorry about that. I'm Jay Boyd. I went to school in Southwestern Oklahoma State University. I graduated in '97. I currently live in Mineral Wells, Texas. I work for GI Alliance Pharmacy. And the reason I'm getting a license in Arkansas is for just the redundancy of licensure for the pharmacy.
So no longer a Recept?
It's still, I think it's still considered a Recept pharmacy. We just have the name's GI Alliance. I don't know if that makes sense. We actually, be considered a Recept employee, yes.
So you got a different DBA, doing business as name, basically.
One more time.
You got a different, like, doing business as name.
Yes.
All right. Next up, Kyle Burks.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. My name is Kyle Burks. I am actually also from Springfield, Missouri. I also went to St. Louis College of Pharmacy. I graduated in 2015. I currently work with CVS Specialty, mail order facility in Raleigh, North Carolina. The reason for the license is for a backup license. I am the secondary Arkansas holder, and we just have one other primary, so I'm the second one to hold the license for our site in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Any questions for him? All right, next we have Caitlin Berger.
Hello, everyone. My name is Caitlin Bird, and I'm from Tennessee, and I also went to pharmacy school there at Union University. I'm currently the PGY2 resident at UAMS College of Pharmacy, and so I just need the license as part of my residency requirements and to practice.
And who's your residency supervisor?
Lisa Hutchison.
Any questions for her? All right, Tanner Calvert.
Hi, good morning. My name is Tanner Calvert. I went to St. Louis College of Pharmacy, graduated in 2016. I currently live in Illinois, right outside St. Louis, actually. Looking to get licensed in Arkansas to provide backup for our other location that in Republic, Missouri, that services nursing homes there in Arkansas.
And how are you guys doing your emergency services after hours?
We have a pharmacist that's always on call, and we have a courier delivery system that goes and delivers the medications to the nursing homes.
Any other questions? Next I've got is it Salamowit Campbell?
Tanner.
Okay, back up, Tanner.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
What sterile compounds do they? Tanner, what sterile compounds do y'all do?
Is it my turn? I'm sorry.
Just a minute, Ms. Campbell.
For Tanner.
We just do antibiotic sterile compounds at this point in time.
Thank you.
Anybody else? All right, now we're back to you, Dr. Campbell.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Salam Campbell, or Salamoy Campbell. I go by Salam. I went to school in Ohio at Ohio Northern University, graduated in 2018. Currently, I live in Dallas, Texas. I work for Carrie Boyd Prescription Shop, which is an outsourcing facility. I'm seeking to get licensed just for redundancy and to serve as a backup PIC.
Who's your current PIC at that facility?
Sarah Lang.
Right, and when was your last FDA inspection?
It was in June, so early of June of this year, 2022.
Okay, have they finished closing that out?
Yes, so they have closed out. We have sent out responses. Now we're just waiting.
Okay. All right. Is it Garrett Cermelli?
Got it. Great. Good morning, all. My name is Garrett Cermelli, and I went to school at Long Island University, College of Pharmacy. I live in New Jersey, and I am seeking reciprocity to obtain a non-resident mail order license. And I work for a pharmacy called RVL Pharmacy.
So what's unusual about RVL? I've never heard of it.
It's basically a very small pharmacy. We opened 2 years ago. We've been obtaining licenses. We don't have any controls. We don't have any compounding. We're just trying something new and staying out of the, I guess, the distribution model, trying to stay out of the big PBMs, trying to stay out of the way of, you know, the AmerisourceBergens or the Cardinals, and trying a more direct to patient experience.
Any questions for him? All right, Lisa Chang.
Good morning. My name is Lisa Chang from Phoenix, Arizona. I graduated from Shenandoah University in Virginia in 2016. I work at CVS Specialty Pharmacy, and I'm getting licensed in here to back up my PIC.
Okay. Any questions for Dr. Chang? All right, next up, we have Jen Choi.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
I can.
Hi, yes, my name is Jin Choi. I graduated from USC School of California. USC School of Pharmacy in California. I've been graduated in 2020. I'm currently working at a compounding specialty pharmacy. And our pharmacy is trying to get a non-resident permit in state of Arkansas, and I'll be the PIC.
And I see it's intrathecals, all patient specific.
Yes, so basically it's going to be a pain pump specific, and it'll be shipped to the doctor's offices for the patient specific use.
And is it part of a larger medical center, or is it just a catchy name?
It's just a name.
Okay. Any questions for me? All right, moving on. Heather Condon.
Hi, good morning, all. My name is Heather Condon. I am currently in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where I also went to pharmacy school at Duquesne University, graduated in 2000, and I am seeking licensure to take over the pharmacist in charge responsibilities at my company, which is Blink Health.
Any questions for her on Link? All right, Brenda Cook.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, great. My name is Brenda Cook. I'm actually from Houston, Texas. I've moved to Arkadelphia, Arkansas. Getting back to my roots, this is where my family is from. And I went to school at University of Houston Pharmacy School. I also have a master's in public health from University of Texas. And I've moved here. This is going to be my final home. And I've been given an opportunity to work as a pharmacist with All Care Pharmacy with Percy Malone that services nursing homes in the state of Arkansas.
Any questions for Dr. Cook? All right, Brian Cox.
Good morning. Currently live in South Carolina, just outside of Charlotte, and I work for a large healthcare system, Atrium Health. But I'm looking to switch up in my career path and looking at some compounding positions. So I have a prospective position that is requiring Arkansas licensure, so that's why I'm getting it. And I went to Shenandoah University in Winchester, Virginia, and graduated in 2011.
Question. All right, Laura Cox.
Hello, my name is Laura Cox. I also live right outside of Charlotte in South Carolina. I'm married to the last guy. And I work for a compounding pharmacy. We're based in Philadelphia and we're licensed in all 50 states. It's 503A only, patient specific. We serve patients with rare genetic disorders, metabolism, and mitochondrial disorders, as well as dermatology. And I am seeking licensure to back up our PIC.
So all compounding is patient specific?
That's correct.
Sent to patient or sent to prescriber?
To the patient. All non-sterile.
And how do you get your prescriptions?
Mostly e-prescriptions from dermatologists, and then we work closely with CHOP in Philadelphia and get most of our mitochondrial patients are local to the pharmacy.
Very limited patient base on a lot of that therapy. So it's very specialized. All right, I've got Cambria Crawford.
Hello, good morning. My name is Cambria Crawford. I currently live in the Phoenix Metro. I went to school at Midwestern University here at the Glendale campus. A little bit nicer weather than that Midwest location in Chicago. So I have am currently working with Walgreens Centralized Services. So I help support and supervise pharmacists who are helping with remote work for stores across the country, as well as at our location, we support Walgreens.com as our mail order facility, and then also specialty pharmacy as well. I'm seeking reciprocity as contingency for my pick, just backup planning long term. So that's it.
Questions? All right, Melissa Cruz. You are still muted. Or actually, it shows you unmuted, but we cannot hear you. Even worse. I bet it's your headset. Get somebody, I don't think that's Ms. Cruz. It's still around. All right, Ms. Cruz, we will come back to you and keep moving down the list, see if we can get an audio connection here in a little bit. Next, I've got Kevin Crozier.
Hi, my name is Kevin Crozier. I graduated from the University of Connecticut. I live in Massachusetts, and I'm seeking reciprocity to be the backup pick for All Care Plus Pharmacy.
So mainly patient assistance programs, correct?
Correct. Yes, we service pharmaceutical manufacturer patient assistance programs.
Okay. Any questions for me? Seeing none, next up, is it Suganthi DeBrito?
Good morning. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good morning. Yes, you did well. Suganthi De Brito. I go by Sue. I went to UMKC School of Pharmacy, graduated in 1995. And currently I live just 30 miles north of Arkansas, north of Branson here in Missouri. And I am seeking licensure in the state of Arkansas so that we may serve a long-term care facility in Harrison, Arkansas. I work for Guardian Pharmacy as a consultant pharmacist. And until we have more homes there, I am helping out in Arkansas in the meanwhile. And that's why I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas.
All right, Robert DeClue.
Hi, good morning. My name is Robert DeClue. I currently live in Spartanburg, South Carolina. I attended the South Carolina College of Pharmacy, which was a 10-year venture between the University of South Carolina and the Medical University of South Carolina. They were separate schools before, and now they are separate schools again. I specifically attended the Medical University of South Carolina campus in Charleston, South Carolina. And my primary reason for getting the license is to be the backup pick for Omnicare's Clinical Intervention Center.
Any questions for him? All right, Crystal Doe.
Hi, good morning. My name is Crystal Doe. I'm from Illinois, and I graduated from UIC, also in Illinois, Chicago. So I work for CPS Telepharmacy, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas so that we can verify orders for hospitals overnight.
You know what hospitals you're mapped to yet here?
So I'm personally not assigned to any yet, but I know Arkansas Continuing Care is one of the sites.
Yeah, we've got several I know already mapped with. Any questions for her? All right, got Kurt Downey.
Hello, my name is Kirk Downing. I am from Arizona, originally from Arizona. I graduated from University of Arizona in 2000. I currently work for APS Pharmacy in Palm Harbor, Florida, which is a part of Belmar Pharmacy, which is based out of Colorado. I am seeking reciprocity for licensure in Arkansas. I'll be the backup to the PIC that is already licensed in Arkansas, but we are opening up a new facility, and the facility will be open while we're in transitioning. So I will be the new PIC at the new facility, which will be in Odessa, Florida. And APS Pharmacy is a 503A sterile and non-sterile compounding pharmacy.
Are you duplicating any commercial products that are part of RIMS programs?
No, we don't. We only make products. The only time I've ever seen where we duplicate is if something is on back order and we had permission to do it, but we don't duplicate commercial products.
Okay. And reporting all to state PDMP programs?
Yeah, actually, we do that through PMP Clearinghouse. I'm actually that's one of my jobs as the pharmacist. I am in charge of the PDMP, so I do all of the submissions through the PMP Clearinghouse, and make the corrections through there as well.
Any other questions from now? All right, Jennifer Dunham.
Good morning. My name is Jenny Dunham. I graduated from the University of Kansas in 2005. I currently live in Kansas, but work in Kansas City, Missouri, out of Apria Mail Order Pharmacy. Apria is primarily a DME company, but we service specialty here, just respiratory nebulized medications. We've shipped to all 50 states, and I am seeking licensure for redundancy of licensure for our current pharmacists that are approaching retirement.
Any questions? All right, I've got Arthur Dustman. Arthur.
Good morning. My name is Arthur Dustman. I went to school Albany College of Pharmacy, graduated in '97. And I'm just seeking licensure for a 503A and just as a backup at this point.
So are you no longer with the 503B?
No, we're not doing 503B at this point.
Sorry. So is it a different facility or just a different business for that facility?
Different facility altogether. I think on my original application, by that time I had changed positions.
Okay. Any questions for Justin? All right, I'm gonna go back to my top. I do not see Cynthia Aguilar on our list. Did I miss them? Okay, so our staff has tried to reach out to me to reach her. Well, but I don't think she had, that's my next one. I don't think she has audio yet. Melissa Cruz, have we figured out your audio? Well, she's on screen, she has camera, but if I check here, it does not show her having an available microphone. So we will skip Ms. Cruz, see if we can get her figured out later in the meeting.
Yeah, don't panic. We'll figure
Yeah,
it out.
if nothing else, call our office, Melissa, at our main number, and they can probably tell you how to get through via phone if your Zoom isn't working. We'll get you the next group. With that, that's the end of these group minus Melissa Cruz and Cynthia Aguilar. For you guys consider approval of the reciprocity applications pending any other outstanding requirements.
Any discussion? Dr. Newsom makes a motion to accept these candidates by reciprocity. Dr. Mitchell seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. On to the next class.
So for all of you that were in that 9:30 block, the board has voted to approve your reciprocity applications. I would remind you, you generally get a letter telling you what your CE requirements are for the state of Arkansas. If you heard this earlier, if you didn't, our board does a 100% audit of every licensed pharmacist for the state of Arkansas each biennium. And And as you might have heard, we call about 300 people without their CE. I highly encourage you to get CE Monitor. It's a great app that you can even use on your phone with your different states' CE. And also, for any of you that don't know, we do have a very active Arkansas Pharmacists Association, state of Arkansas. If you're interested in joining, check out their website. They're in the middle of building a brand new building, and they do a lot of outreach to keep you up to date on what is happening as far as policy or politics in the state of Arkansas. I think that's it. 9:30 group, you guys are dismissed. We'll give you a second for some of you to drop off our call, and then we will start with our 10 o'clock group.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. All right, it looks like most of those have dropped off for our 10 o'clock reciprocity group. Welcome to the Arkansas State Board of Pharmacy meeting. We will call you up alphabetically, one at a time, and we want to know who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you are seeking licensure in Arkansas. We will see if the board members have any questions based on the questions for reciprocity candidates they have here on your screens. If not, we'll move on down the list. Please stick around until the end of your group for the board members to vote on reciprocity for your group. First off, we have, I believe it is Kirsten. Is it Farquhar?
Yeah, it's Kirsten Farquhar.
Farquhar, okay.
Yes, and for some reason, I have the video on, but it's not actually showing my face. I'm not sure how to get around that. Do you want me to try to log in a different device?
Just go ahead with us.
Okay. So my name is Kirsten Farquhar. I graduated in 2020 from the University of Washington School of Pharmacy. I currently practice at Leiters, which is a 503B compounding pharmacy. We have 3 pharmacists on staff. One is our acting pick, and the company requests that all pharmacists be licensed in the required states in the event of a pick change out.
When was your last FDA inspection?
Last FDA inspection was late September of 2021.
You got a question for her? All right, next up, Amber Dawn Flores.
Hi, good morning. My name is Amber Dawn Flores. I graduated from Loma Linda University School of Pharmacy in 2021. I currently practice at Alumni Pharmacy. We just opened April, so we are currently getting our pharmacy as well as myself licensed in all 50 states so that we can service transplant patients through our program.
Any questions for her? And what was the name of the pharmacy?
Alumni Pharmacy. Alumni Pharmacy of Loma Linda.
Loma Linda, okay. All right. Next up, we have Richard Hagan.
Good morning. This is Richard Hagan. I am a graduate of Massachusetts College of Pharmacy in 1994. I currently work for True Pill Pharmacy in Hayward, California, and we are a mail order operation. And I am currently the pick, and I am licensing to be able to provide services in Arkansas.
What's unusual about True Pill?
We are kind of the back end pharmacy for a bunch of front end. We contract with other companies like HIMSS, various other Levels, Cerebral, a bunch of internet type based providers. But we are the back end that provide those services.
You're basically the fulfillment center for us.
Correct.
So You are aware of Rule 7 that you have to make contact with the patient prior to processing or billing any prescriptions?
Yes, we are. And
that-
California has a new regulation that also requires it. So we are in the process of getting those organizations to make sure they pass that information over to us via API. So when we are filling, we have the patient's consent.
Any other questions for Dr. Hagan? Seeing none, is it Thea Hardy?
I'm sorry?
I'm moving on to the next person. Thea Hardy.
Hi, good morning. My name is Athea Hardy. I do apologize. I am on my work computer and we don't have cameras on these, so my apologies that I'm not able to be visually present. My name is Athea Hardy. I'm a 2015 graduate of the University of Louisiana at Monroe in Louisiana. I work at Empower Pharmacy in Houston, Texas, so I'm here in Texas now. I'm one of the clinical pharmacists on staff here. We are a both 503A and 503B licensed pharmacy and outsourcing facility where we do some sterile and non-sterile compounding.
So 503A and B?
Yes, sir.
And when was your last FDA inspection?
Let's see. So we recently opened up a new facility where we separated 503A from 503B. So our recent 503B FDA audit was July 18th of this year. When the 503A and 503B pharmacies were together in one facility, that last inspection, I believe, was January 10th of 2018.
So are you serving in the A or in the B?
I am servicing both as a clinical pharmacist who is like taking verbal orders from providers, as well as taking 503B office use orders as well, clarifying orders, counseling patients. I really have a very wide variety of different roles here.
Any questions for her? All right, Jessica Hay.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jessica. I currently reside in St. Petersburg, Florida. I attended the University of South Florida and graduated in 2017. I currently work at Fresenius RX. We're a mail order pharmacy. And yes, we are aware of that law. We have been calling our patients, our new patients, since July of last year. So we're compliant there. We're a mail order pharmacy for our Fresenius dialysis clinics, mostly peritoneal dialysis patients.
And mainly just doing the bundled payment meds?
I'm sorry?
Mainly just doing the bundled payment meds related to dialysis?
Yeah, we're doing like the bundle medications and making sure that the antibiotics that the clinics can't get for their peritoneal dialysis patients, we send from here. Oh, and I apologize. I'm just getting my license in Arkansas to keep the ratio up.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, next up I have Brennan Heaps.
Yes, hi, good morning. My name is Brennan Heaps. I graduated in 2002 from the University of Toledo. I am currently working at RGH Enterprises. Our DBA is Edge Park Medical Supplies. We are a mail order facility specializing in diabetic technology, mostly CGMs, insulin pump supplies. Omnipod 5 is our new product. And I am just getting my licensure for backup so that we have 2 pharmacists licensed in Arkansas, just in case we have ever need a change.
Any other questions? All right, we've got Emily Himes.
Good morning. My name is Emily Himes. Went to the University of Iowa, graduated in 2010, currently reside in Iowa. I work at Animal Health International. We ship across the country veterinary medicines. I'm seeking licensure to replace the PIC who will be retiring.
And all direct patient?
Pardon me?
And all shipment is direct to patient?
No, we do also hold a wholesale license to ship directly to vet clinics.
Okay. Any other questions for her? All right, Rusty Hessler. Helser.
Hi, I'm Rusty Helser, and I'm originally from Western Nebraska, but then I went to pharmacy school at the University of Nebraska Medical Center in Omaha, and I'm still in the Omaha area. And I'm getting licensed in Arkansas to be the pick for Hy-Vee Pharmacy Solutions, and as a backup of a backup of a backup of a pick for our sister pharmacy, Amber Specialty Pharmacy.
We have had some exceptions for out-of-state because they have a maximum requirement of 20 hours. So you're going to be the pick at one pharmacy or two pharmacies?
One pharmacy, but the other, our sister pharmacy, I would be like the backup of a backup, major redundancy.
Okay. Other questions? Jennifer Hembry.
Hi, good morning. My name is Jennifer Hembry. I currently live in Texas, Plano, Texas. I work for Kava Fusion. Our pharmacy is currently licensed in Arkansas, and I'm just seeking licensure to serve as a backup to our pick. And I'm sorry, I went to University of Houston, graduated in 1995.
Questions for her? All right, next up I have Ian Hill.
Hi there, my name is Ian Hill. I am located in Columbus, Ohio. I work for Z-Care Pharmacy. We are the main fulfillment pharmacy for Hims and Hers, the online website. I'm a graduate of University of Toledo from 2015, and I'm seeking licensure to be the backup PIC for our current PIC that's licensed in Arkansas.
You're also aware of the newer Rule 7?
Yes.
All right. Angela Hayes.
Hi, I'm Angie Heiss. I graduated from Ohio State University. I am seeking my licensure to be the alt pick here at OptumRx in San Antonio.
Any question for Dr. Hayes? Lam Hong.
Hi, good morning. My name is Lam Huang. I graduated in 2020 at Xavier University of Louisiana. I'm currently residing in Dallas, working for telehealth pharmacy, mail order pharmacy, Romans Health. I'm seeking for license because originally it's for backup for my PIC. She recently left, so I will be a temporary PIC for the state of Arkansas until the new pick will be licensed for the state of Arkansas.
Any questions for Dr. Huang? All right, Mustafa Hussaini. Still mute.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
Oh, there we go. Sorry about that. Name is Mustafa Hussaini. Live in Chicagoland. Graduated from Midwestern University in Illinois. Work for CPS Telepharmacy. We do remote order entry services, and this will be my 20th pharmacy license.
Any questions for you? All right, Jeffrey Ball.
Good morning. My name is Jeff Vall. I am from Denver, Colorado. Currently pick for Stack Pharma. We're a 503B outsourcing facility. We currently have a pharmacist licensed in Arkansas. However, she is going to be moving out of state. So I am seeking licensure in Arkansas to fulfill that requirement for the outsourcing facility.
It says you've had 2 inspections. When was the last one?
It was in September of 2021.
Okay. Any questions, Dr. Ball? All right. Is it Archis Jathar? I'm afraid we cannot hear you. It does not show any microphone for you on our connectivity. No, he's moving. I'm sorry, but we are unable to hear you. So you might try to jump out and reconnect or test your microphone, and we will come back to you here in just a little bit. Ashley Johnson. We have Ashley with us. Okay. I do not see Ashley on our.
Oh, yeah, can you hear me?
Okay, there you are.
Hi, sorry about that. Hi, good morning. I went to Duquesne University, graduated in 2015, currently located in Phoenix and work for Amazon Pharmacy. I have to get my Arkansas license so we can ship to all 50 states.
Okay. Any questions? All right, we move on. Next one will be page 90. And their actual thing is on page 3. Jacob Johnson.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can.
Hey, my name is Jacob Johnson. I'm from the South Florida region, from Miami. I graduated from Nova Southeastern University. And at this time, I'm seeking reciprocity for an Arkansas license because my pharmacy, Meds Direct, we are the compounding pharmacy / mail order for a company called Rougiette Health. They're a men's health company. We ship erectile dysfunction troches. It's all non-sterile. We're not going to do any controlled substances, and we're trying to get all 50 states.
And all ship direct to patient?
Yeah, the patients will get their practitioner-patient relationship to a telemedicine consult, and then they'll customize an erectile dysfunction dose for them. Then we'll compound it and then ship it to them directly.
Okay. Any questions for him?
So under the question about what products do you compound, it lists non-sterile products, but then you said that you do sterility testing. Can you explain?
Excuse me, what was the last part of the question?
She said that you have non-sterile products listed as compounded, but you say you do sterility testing.
So my boss is looking potentially for some other contracts where they're really specific about us having clean rooms for non-sterile compounding, which that's none of my business at this point. So, but they are very, strict about that. But we only do non-sterile compounding. We specifically make troches.
But you are doing sterility, pyrogen, and potency testing on your troches?
I think they just do sterility testing for the clean room and for that specific area, which we haven't started compounding in yet. It's a newer facility.
Doesn't make any sense.
That makes 0 sense.
Yeah. On your compounding questionnaire, we have a specific questionnaire you complies with our rules for potency testing as required by the rule. The rule is generally talking about sterility, pyrogen, potency for sterile compounding, but you guys put yes. You might need to revisit that. I can appreciate you say that's none of your business, but if you're in front of our board as the PIC, it's your business.
Okay, I'll get back to you guys for sure.
Thank you. Is that same? We'll look at it. See.
I'm not feeling warm and fuzzy.
Yeah, she'll check on that. All right, next up, we have Kiona Johnson.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, my name is Kiana Johnson. I'm from Atlanta, Georgia. I graduated at Florida A&M University in Tallahassee, Florida in 2013. I currently work for CTCA RX, which is part of Maxor Specialty Pharmacy, based out of Texas. And I'm seeking licensure in the state of Arkansas as a PIC who is employed by a specialty pharmacy or out-of-state specialty pharmacy who ships into the state of Arkansas plus the 49 other states.
So tell me if I just missed something. You live in Georgia, but the pharmacy's in Texas?
The Maxor Specialty Pharmacy is like a, I guess a company that employs different pharmacies. And I work for CTCA RX.
Where's the pharmacy?
And it's in Georgia.
Are you confused? Yes. All right, we're all confused. Are you going to be living in Georgia and working in Georgia, or living in Georgia and working for a pharmacy in Texas?
No, I live in Georgia and work for a pharmacy in Georgia.
Okay, it just has a sister pharmacy in Texas.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
That makes better sense. Because you can't live in Georgia and not work, or work in a state where you don't live, basically. You're not.
No, yes.
Okay. You have questions for Dr. Johnson? All right, Mark Johnson.
How you doing? My name is Mark Johnson. I graduated 2005 from the University of Michigan. I work for Birdie Mail Order Pharmacy in Michigan. We ship about 225 prescriptions a month into Arkansas, seeking reciprocity for contingency PIC planning for the future. We keep 3 pharmacists licensed in Arkansas.
And what's unusual about Birdie?
Nothing really unusual, just trying to differentiate ourselves from the large mail orders. We're more digital, more customer service, kind of more hands-on. We're a closed network, so we don't fill for any and everyone. We just fill for employer groups that we have specific contracts with.
All right. Next up, Kaylee Jordan.
Good morning. My name is Kaylee. I am a transplant to Arkansas from Idaho. My husband's work brought us to the Bentonville area back in March. I'm a graduate of the University of Montana, which is originally where I'm from. I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas in order to essentially just continue practicing pharmacy. I'm licensed both in Montana, and I just gave up my Idaho license recently because we won't foresee moving back there. I was with Walmart when I transferred here. I just accepted a 48-hour salaried position with Sam's Club, and then also a PRN position with Regency Hospital in Springdale.
Welcome to Arkansas.
Thank you. Glad to be here.
All right, Brett Kakugawa. Okay, I've been told that he is not on with us, and we've been unable to reach him. Andrew Callender.
Yes, hello, good morning, guys. Excuse me. So I am a graduate from 2019 from University of Florida. I am originally from Maryland, came to school in Florida and liked it enough to stick around. I currently work in Midwise RX. It's a telehealth pharmacy providing MTM services, and I'm getting my Arkansas license as a backup to our current licensed pharmacists. So backup.
Now, Medwise isn't a pharmacy with like automation in prescriber offices, is it?
No, sir. It's we pretty much just provide the call patients directly just to provide those medication therapy management services. So we'll just discuss with them in regards to their meds.
Okay.
So counseling.
Not related to any other health companies?
Yeah, it's a subsidiary of Tabula Rasa.
But not doing the same business practice with prescriber clinics then?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir, but I can get back to you on that.
Okay. I know they have a different arm that does that.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions, Dr. Calendar? Sarah Kamel.
Hi, my name is Sarah Kamel. I got my degree back in Los Angeles at West Coast University in 2019. I moved over to Arkansas to live with my friend. I currently work for Walgreens and I'm seeking reciprocity.
Questions for her? All right. Jacob Keck.
Hey everyone, so I'm Jacob Keck. I graduated in 2020 from Lipscomb University College of Pharmacy in Nashville, Tennessee, and recently just started at the University of Arkansas's Medical Center as the second infectious disease pharmacist.
And you at the main campus?
Yeah, so I'm on the main campus where the med school is.
Any questions for him? All right, next up I have Melissa King.
Hi, can you hear me?
Ma'am.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Sorry, I didn't want to start if you couldn't. My name is Melissa King. I'm a 2004 graduate of Philadelphia College of Pharmacy and Science. I live in Southern New Jersey, and I currently work for a 503B outsourcing facility called Epicure Pharma, and I'm getting this as a backup to our PIC.
And when was your last FDA inspection?
Our last FDA was October 2020, so we are due, and we currently have inspectors from the wonderful state of California on site right now.
So is that a request to keep you busy for a few more hours?
Yeah, I can hang out all day.
All right. Any other questions for her? All right, next up I've got Daniel Croton.
Hi, good morning, guys. My name is Daniel Croton. I am a 2016 graduate of Roseman University in Nevada. I currently am the pharmacy manager over at Avrio Pharmacy in Scottsdale, Arizona. We're a compounding pharmacy, mostly non-sterile. We do a little bit of sterile, mostly veterinary. And this is actually going to be the first time that we've been licensed in Arkansas. So that's what I'm doing that for.
So all veterinary prescriptions going directly to the patient or owner?
Correct. We do some veterinary clinic prescriptions as well for office use.
You understand that's not really authorized in Arkansas at this time, but we're working on it.
Okay. Yeah, we will not be doing that for Arkansas. There are some states that we are not doing that for, but.
Yeah, are you doing any human office stock?
We do not do human office stuff. No, it's just veterinary only.
Right. Any other questions for Dr. Croton? All right, I'm going to revisit my previous list. Did we ever get Miss Aguilar? I do not see them. Melissa Cruz, do I think we got your sound working, didn't we? Maybe not. All right, and then we are down to, let's see, Dr. Jathar.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, my name is Archis Jathar. I am from Louisville, Kentucky. I work across the border for Optum Specialty Pharmacy, Jeffersonville, Indiana. I graduated from the University of Pune in India, and I need this license to be a backup to a PIC.
Any questions for Dr. Jathar? All right, that is all I have for this group. We will hold out, let's see, Ashley Johnson and Brett Kugler. Motion to accept. All in favor? Any opposed? All right, with those couple of exceptions that weren't with us today, you've all been approved for your reciprocity application. Our staff will mail out those licenses in the next few days. Please be aware that we do a 100% audit of all Arkansas licensed pharmacists for their CE. In that process, we would highly suggest you get CPE Monitor app so that it will help show you what states you have your necessary CE for, what you may be missing. We also would tell you if you're trying to stay in touch with what might be going on, either with policy or politics in pharmacy, we do have a very active Arkansas State Pharmacists Association that you might want to look into as well. With that, our 10 o'clock group is dismissed. We will take a quick, probably 5-minute break and then come back with our 10:30 group. Thank you.
Thank
I'm
you.
sorry, this
Thank you
is
very much.
Melissa Cruz. This is Melissa Cruz. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. You want to do Ms. Cruz real
Okay.
quick? Sure. All right, Ms. Cruz.
Yeah. Yes, so my name is Melissa Cruz, and I went to school at Sullivan University in Louisville, Kentucky, graduated in 2012. I currently work for Costco Specialty located in Jeffersonville, Indiana. We're a mail order specialty pharmacy, and I'm serving as backup to the PIC.
Any questions of Dr. Cruz? If not, if you guys want to do a motion, go ahead and accept her as well.
So moved. Second.
Any opposed? Everybody else is done? Yeah. So. All right. Thank you, guys. You're dismissed. We'll catch up with the 10:30 appointments here in about 5 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I'm in there till right at the end. Just kind of fell out.
Good morning.
It's the same thing. All right, I got a mic back on. All right, guys, we're back on. We're going to start our 10:30 reciprocity group at this point. For those of you that are here to meet with the board, we will call you up alphabetically. If we have connectivity issues, we will let you know pretty quick and try to come back to you at the end of this group. After you talk to the board members, stick around until the end of your group, as the board will consider, as we consider approval of your reciprocity applications. When you are called up, we want to know who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you are getting a license in the state of Arkansas. First up, I have, let's see, Robert Lamontage. I probably butchered that. Yeah, honestly, sure. So I saw Robert on screen. He pressed the button. I see you, but we cannot hear you. Robert, I don't think that your microphone is working. You may try to reconnect and we will call you back up towards the end. All right, next up I have Linda Lang.
Hello, I'm Linda Lang. I'm from Seattle. I graduated from Washington State University in 2020. I'm looking to get licensed in Arkansas as a redundancy for our site at Truepill.
Any questions for Dr. Lang? Seeing none. Next up, I have Ann Leyburn.
Hi, good morning. My name is Ann Leyburn. I am from Louisiana. I graduated from the University of Louisiana at Monroe in 2008. I now live in Texas and I work for Hunter Pharmacy. We provide remote pharmacy services for inpatients and rehab facilities. We service Everest Rehab, which has 4 locations, one of them being in Rogers, Arkansas. So we work as contract for that facility. And so I'm seeking reciprocity as a backup for our night shift pharmacist.
Any questions for her? All right, let's have Ko Lay.
Hey, good morning. My name is Kwa Lei. I'm from Seattle, Washington. I graduated from the University of Hawaii. I work at Truepill Overlake, based out of Redmond, and I'm seeking license as a reciprocity for my PIC license.
Any questions? All right, I have Kayla Ledford.
Hey, my name, can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
You can? Okay.
Yes.
Hey, my name is Kayla Ledford. I am from Brandon, Mississippi. I work at F&M Specialty Pharmacy in Flowood. I graduated the University of Mississippi in 2015, and I'm seeking reciprocity because we have transplant patients in the state of Arkansas.
All right, next up I have is Huri.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ian.
Hi, my name is Huri Depedjian. I'm from Lebanon. I'm Lebanese. I graduated from the Lebanese American University and did a rotation in Texas to get my PharmD. I currently work in a compounding pharmacy in Pennsylvania, and I'm seeking for the license as a backup for our PIC.
So did you graduate from the ACP accredited side of LAU?
Yes.
Did you just get a BS there?
So I did the PharmD, but they have the last year of PharmD rotations are 6 months in Lebanon and then another 6 months in the United States. And I did it in Houston.
I was making sure you didn't get a BS there and then a non-traditional PharmD here.
No.
Any questions for her? All right, I have Jessica Longo.
Good morning, how are you? My name is Jessica Longo, and I am graduated from the University of the Sciences in Philadelphia in 2005. I am currently seeking licensure to be a backup for our PIC, and I work for Enclara Pharmacia, which is a hospice mail order pharmacy in Pennsylvania.
And how do you guys fulfill emergency orders for Arkansas?
We have the Neighborhood Connections Department that has specific pharmacies within Arkansas that stocks the medications that the hospice patients would need in an emergency. And the patients are able to get the medications at those local pharmacies same day at no cost to them.
All right, how about, is it Whitney Lewis?
Good morning. My name is Tobola Whitney Lewis. I went to the University of Arkansas for Medical Sciences. I graduated in 2017. I currently live in Houston, Texas, and I work at Empower Pharmacy, which is a compounding pharmacy, and I am seeking licensure to be a backup pick.
So you just didn't want to get licensed with us in 17?
So yeah, I was so focused on passing the MPGE for Texas, I didn't even come back around. But I've been back to Arkansas a few times. I love it there. I met really great people.
Well, you'd already passed our law test though.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm here now.
We're just giving you a hard time. All right, Juan Liu.
Good morning, all.
Yes.
Morning, board members and staff, and to all those candidates here today seeking reciprocity. I currently work for a very small, independently owned retail pharmacy. And at this stage, the owner and I are basically doing exploratory work of a possible market in Arkansas. So I'm seeking reciprocity into the state of Arkansas, simply at this stage for some notional work in Arkansas. Very simple endeavor here. I went to Long Island University in Brooklyn, New York, that's where I'm from. I graduated in 2004, and I notice now that the retail environment, or even pharmacy in the hospital operation, has undergone some changes. And we want to see whether we can adapt to those changes and explore a possible market in your home state.
Any questions for him? All right. Caleb, is it Lida?
Thank you.
Yes, it's Lida. Hi, my name is Caleb. I'm from Chattanooga, Tennessee. I went to pharmacy school at UTHSC in Memphis, and I am looking to get licensed in Arkansas so I can be the PIC at the West Memphis Kroger.
Any questions for him? Well, you better hope that bridge stays open.
I do.
All right, Letha Lynch.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Letha Lynch, and I graduated from Pacific University in Hillsboro, Oregon in 2010. And I'm looking for licensure via reciprocity so that I can get a pharmacist in charge of our veterinary mail order pharmacy located in Portland, Oregon. And we do business through mail order veterinary only into Arkansas. And
Go ahead.
I was going to say, I'm so sorry if I missed something in my introduction. If you guys have questions for me and I need to speak to more, please let me know.
I think we're good.
Okay, thank you.
Next up, we have Ann Martin.
Hi, my name is Ann Martin. I graduated from the University of Tennessee in Memphis in 2020. I'm currently a clinical pharmacist at Baptist Memorial Hospital in Memphis, and I'm originally from Little Rock, so I'm looking forward to coming back home.
All right. Mason Meyer.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mason. Currently live in Scottsdale, Arizona. I work for Amazon Pharmacy. I went to school at Midwestern University here in Glendale, Arizona.
Oh, Mason, we lost you. You might come back with just audio.
Can you hear me now?
There you go. We heard
Yep.
you went to Glendale.
Yep. So went to school in Glendale, Arizona here. Just getting my license in Arkansas to be back up for our PIC at Amazon Pharmacy.
Any questions for him?
Thank you.
Did you say Hannah Morgan?
I did.
Okay. Hi, I'm Hannah Morgan. Originally from Oklahoma. I went to pharmacy school at OU College of Pharmacy in Oklahoma City. And then recently just moved from Denver to the Fayetteville area to be closer to family. And I'm working for CVS as a PIC.
Any questions for her? All right. Let's see. Rana Musa. Yeah, Rana.
Can you hear me?
There we go.
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Rana Musa. I am from Tampa, Florida. I graduated pharmacy school from Beirut, Lebanon. It's from a French university called St. Joseph's University, University of St. Joseph. And I moved to Florida almost 16 years ago. I had to do the TSE, TOEFL, and then obviously the FPGE. I did over 2,000 hours as a grad intern with Target Pharmacy. And I stayed as a retail pharmacist for over 15 years. When CVS acquisition Target, I stayed with CVS. At the moment, I just did the move. I'm a supervisor with CVS Specialty, and I am seeking the license as a backup tech.
Any questions for her? All right. Sama Nan.
Hello, my name is Sami Nan, and I graduated from Cairo University in Egypt. I got my license in Florida in 2011. And I'm working with CVS Specialty Pharmacy, and I'm seeking Arkansas as a backup license for my my Orlando Specialty Pharmacy.
Any questions for him? All right, next up, Carl.
Yeah, hi, my name is Colin Danger. I currently live in Fort Mill, South Carolina. I graduated from Ferris State University in Big Rapids, Michigan in 2013. And I currently work for a startup company, Genexus. We're going to be working as a 503B and seeking the license in Arkansas to be the PIC.
So opening facility, no inspection yet?
No inspection yet. We're still awaiting inspection.
Okay. Any questions for Paul? All right, let's see. Melissa Wynn?
Hi, my name is Melissa. I am currently in Houston, Texas, or Pearland, Texas. I work for a Hill Country Pharmacy. I'm reciprocating because I am replacing the current PIC as she just got promoted.
And what type of infusion medications are you sending?
We send infusion medications such as IVIG, Remicade, mainly rheumatoid.
Somebody just hit mute on you. I heard IVIG.
Someone muted me. Yeah, IVIG, Remicade, Tracema, mainly rheumatoid arthritis medications.
Any other questions for her? All right, Leslie Wynn.
Hi, everybody. My name is Leslie. I am from California. I went to school at Sullivan University. So I went to school in Louisville, Kentucky, but I'm back in California now. And I'm seeking licensure for our facility where I work for Central Admixture Pharmacy Services, so CAPS. We are a 503B outsourcing facility, and I'm seeking licensure to replace our outgoing PIC.
Any questions for her? Then not Wynn, I believe, maybe for the same facility.
We are.
Hi, my name is Quinn. So like Leslie, we work together. I am also from California. I went to school at Western University in Pomona. I got my license in 2019. I started out with CAPS earlier this year, and I'm seeking Arkansas license as a backup.
Questions for this, Ms. Wynn? Stephanie Nielsen.
Good morning. My name is Stephanie Nielsen. I'm seeking reciprocity because I've recently relocated to Arkansas. I spent the last 2 years traveling back and forth between California and Arkansas to take care of my aged parents, and have enjoyed Northwest Arkansas so much, decided to move here permanently. And as much as I love hanging out with 80 and 90-year-olds, I am looking for an active community of peers and professionals to hang out with. So Arkansas is much more progressive than I realized it was. I'm originally from Nebraska. I went to the University of Nebraska, and just see that this is a place to hang out and really be part of the community.
So where are you moving?
I'm in the Fayetteville area.
Okay. Any questions for her? All right, Justin, is it Nierengarten?
That's perfect. So Justin Nierengarten. I'm currently located in Louisville, Kentucky. I graduated pharmacy school from Campbell University School of Pharmacy. That's out in the eastern part of North Carolina, close to Raleigh-Durham area. Seeking reciprocity for a backup pick at my current job, which is a online vet mail order pharmacy, Chewy.com, which is home based out of Louisville, Kentucky.
Any questions for him? Yeah, you have to take head west at Dunn off 95 and go to Bowie's Creek.
Yeah, it was super close to done.
Been there.
I'm sorry.
September the 12th of 2001, in fact. Hard to remember those dates.
Right.
Let's see. Regina Nizamov.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning. My name is Regina Nissimov. I graduated from St. John's University from New York 2004. I currently work for Specialty Pharmacy Total Care Rx, and I'm seeking reciprocity to replace outgoing PIC.
Any questions for her? All right. Next up, Gregory Osborne.
Good morning. This is Greg Osborne. Graduated from University of Mississippi in 1985. Currently working for Noble Health Services, a specialty pharmacy based out of Flowood, Mississippi, seeking license as a backup for the PIC.
Any questions for him? All right. I have Gabrielle Pack.
Hi, I'm Gabrielle Pack. I'm from California originally and graduated from Roseman University, which is in South Jordan, Utah. And I am seeking licensure for my pharmacy called Byram Healthcare. And we are a diabetic specialty pharmacy that ships out to Arkansas.
Any questions for her? All right. Vladimir Pierre.
Hello, my name is Vladimir. I live in Fort Myers, Florida. I graduated from Nova Southeastern University. I'm seeking licensure to be a backup pick for a pharmacy called Rx2Go. We're with a small physician group called Florida Cancer Specialists, so we only dispense oral oncolytics, and we have a small group of patients that travel back and forth between Florida and Arkansas. So I'll be the backup pick because we do need to service those patients.
Okay. Any questions for Vladimir? And how do you pronounce your middle name?
It's two of them, Hans and then Vitonis. I mean, that's how it sounds in English, but I'm originally from Haiti.
There you go. I was about to say that I figured that's how it's pronounced, but I want to be sure.
No problem.
All right, Vincent Quach.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Vincent Quach. I'm from Seattle, Washington. Originally, went to Washington State University, graduated in 2018. I currently reside in Oakland, California, and I work at a mail order pharmacy called TruePill at their Hayward, California branch. I'm just looking to get my backup pick license for Arkansas.
All right, I'm going to move back up. Let's check back and see if Robert's got his microphone working now.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
All right, good morning. My name is Bobby Lamontagne. I'm a pharmacist in Austin, Texas. I went to the University of Texas at Austin College of Pharmacy, graduated in 2017. I am seeking reciprocity in Arkansas as backup to our PIC at Amazon Pharmacy here in Austin.
Any questions for Bobby? All right, seeing none, that is the end of this group. So I'll kick it over to you, Mr. President, and consider vote.
All right, all in favor? Any questions? Anything to say about any of these candidates? Have a motion to approve?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed?
All right, for our 1030 group, the board has approved your reciprocity applications as presented. Just a reminder, you will get notice of what our CE requirements are, and we do a 100% audit on all of our licensed pharmacists each biennium for CE. We highly suggest you get the CE monitor application for your phone or computer device to help show exactly what CE requirements you have or have not met for each state you're licensed in. Also, if you would like another tool to keep up with what might be happening in the realm of pharmacy for the state of Arkansas, we have a very active Arkansas Pharmacist Association that gives lots of updates even on a weekly basis as to what's going on here. With that, we will dismiss the 1030 group, and here in just a couple minutes, as we let some people get off screen, we will start with our 11 o'clock group.
Excuse me, sir. This is Eddie Oshesky. I was scheduled at 10:30 and I don't know if I get Edward Oshesky.
Yes, I apologize. I thought we had you scheduled at our 11 o'clock group, but we will get to you in just a second. We had separated yours out with that issue.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry, can I ask, you recommend an CE monitoring app? Do you have one that you currently use and recommend for team to use?
It's called CPE Monitor. If you look at the National Association of Boards of Pharmacy,
Gotcha.
it's an app that they have that's very useful.
Got it. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
Sure. Have a letter on this today that we will present, so we will either now or it's a background issue. Let's do it after this. So Edward, we're going to get through this group and then we're going to call yours up since it's separate. So it'll just be just a little bit longer for you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Good thing. All right, for our 11 o'clock group, we will call you up in alphabetical order. Please stick around until the end of the group, at which point the board will vote, much like what you just saw. When you get your chance to talk to the board, they want to know who you are, where you are from, where you went to school, and why you're getting the license in Arkansas. The board members have your questions for reciprocity candidates in front of them on their electronic devices, and they may have a couple questions for you. With that, I will start off with Michelle Ron. Anybody see Miss Ron?
Hello, I'm sorry. For some reason, my video is not working.
That's all right. We'll keep going.
Okay.
Meaning we'll keep going with you.
Okay. So my name is Michelle Ron. I work at Fresenius Medical Care. I'm a customer service pharmacist here. We do PD and home hemodialysis patients across the nation. And I'm getting licensed in Arkansas because we do need a pharmacist license there in case we have need to send somebody to the Arkansas distribution center to take care of our patients there.
Any questions for Dr. Ron? All right, moving on. Next up, I have Zachary Roberts.
Hello, I'm Zach Roberts. I'm from Fort Wayne, Indiana. I went to Butler University, and I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas because I'm the director of specialty pharmacy for Trinity Health, and we are trying to get licensed in all 50 states to access more limited distribution drugs and payer contracts.
And who are Trinity Health providers?
So we do not have any facilities in Arkansas. I think our nearest one to you would be a hospital in Georgia. We have systems in about 22 states across the country, but none around in or around Arkansas.
Are they not-for-profit hospitals?
They are a Catholic-based, not-for-profit health system.
Okay. Then your pharmacy will not be eligible for a permit in the state of Arkansas based on a statutory exception. If you want to know exactly what that is, you're welcome to reach out, shoot us an email, and we can send you that citation.
Okay. I will do that.
Okay.
Can I still get licensed in Arkansas?
Yeah, 1792, 406 or 407, I believe, is that exclusion from being eligible for license if you have any relation, direct or indirect, with a not-for-profit hospital. So you can get your license, but Trinity Health would not be eligible.
Okay. All right.
Afterward, if you have any questions about that.
Will do. Thank you.
So Christine Rohal. We have Dr. Rohal.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, so my name's Christine Rohal. I live and work in Cleveland, Ohio, and I graduated from the University of Toledo in 2015. And I'm looking to get licensed because our current pick will be retiring, and so I will be the new pick in Arkansas. And I work at a Lee Soulsby compounding pharmacy. It's a 503A compounding pharmacy.
All right, any questions for Dr. Rohal? All right, Sarah Rumpel.
Hi, good morning. I'm Sarah Rumpel. I graduated from The Ohio State University in 2011. Currently live and work in St. Louis, Missouri. I at a compounding pharmacy called Skin Specialty Solutions. We do non-sterile compounding and are licensed in all 50 states. I'm getting licensed to be a backup for our pick.
Any questions for her? All right, James Rundo.
Good morning or afternoon, I guess. My name is Jim Rundo. I work for Express Scripts Pharmacy. I reside in Fayetteville, Ohio, which is just east of Cincinnati. I graduated from the Ohio State University College of Pharmacy back in 1984, and I was asked to obtain my licensure in Arkansas to be backup pick.
Any questions for Dr. Rundo? Andrew Russo.
Hi, good morning. How are you?
Well,
so my name is Andy Russo. I am the director of pharmacy at Bantam Hospice Pharmacy. We're a mail order pharmacy in the state of Connecticut and currently licensed in about 40 states right now. We're looking to add Arkansas to our list. I graduated from Mass College of Pharmacy in Boston in 2008 and currently live here in Connecticut.
And how does Advantum do emergency services to Arkansas?
So we have a couple ways. We're contracted with about 70,000 pharmacies around the country, all the major chains. So patients and nurses can pick up, medications locally. We also do, we utilize FedEx overnight and priority to get things there first thing in the morning if needed, but local fills are the most common.
Any other questions for him? James Scoggins next.
Hey, good morning. It's Dustin Scoggins. I'm originally from Georgia. I graduated from the University of Georgia in 2009. I currently reside in Memphis, Tennessee, and I work for Walmart here. And I'm seeking licensure in Arkansas to help serve the population of Arkansas on a PRN basis when a staffing need should arise.
Right. All right, Joshua Cito.
Good morning. My name is Joshua Cito. I'm originally from Memphis, Tennessee. I went to the University of Tennessee Health Science Center College of Pharmacy. I graduated in 2021, and I'm currently seeking reciprocity to be a clinical pharmacist at CHI St. Vincent Infirmary.
Any questions for him? Welcome to Little Rock.
Thank you.
Sharon Seymour. We have Seymour. I do not see. I see a Sharon on there, but we can't hear you.
Sorry.
There you
Hi,
go.
sorry about that. Hi, my name is Sharon Seymour. I am from Cocoa Beach, Florida. I went to the University of Florida and graduated in 1991. I currently live in Chicago, Illinois. I am the pick for a fertility pharmacy, and I am seeking reciprocity for Arkansas so that we can also get a non-resident permit in Arkansas to serve our Arkansas patients.
Any questions for Sharon? Seeing none, Emily Schellenbarger.
Hello, my name's Emily Schellenbarger. I'm from Greenville, Pennsylvania.
I went to Duquesne University in Pennsylvania, graduated in 2006. I'm seeking licensure so that my pharmacy can partner with PBMs. We can provide their patients with mail order prescriptions.
Is it with PBMs in nursing homes?
No,
So other long-term care facilities?
not long-term care. Just PBMs for like maintenance medications.
So are you doing long-term care back home? Is that why it is in your answers?
Yes, we do long-term care for our local facilities. We won't be doing that in Arkansas.
Are you trying to do multi-dose script packaging for Arkansas?
If they would like that, then we can do that as well.
Mike, reach out. We have a memorandum of understanding MOU to allow for that type of packaging if you're wanting to do it for Arkansas. You can reach out to our staff, or it's also available, as I recall, on our website for the pharmacy.
Okay.
Let's see. Next up, I have Gabriella Sims.
Hi, this is Gabby Sims. I live in Atlanta, Georgia. I graduated from Philadelphia College of Medicine. I'm trying to get reciprocity in Arkansas as backup pick for my pharmacy, Encompass RX Pharmacy, mostly to ship fertility medications to patients out there.
Any questions for her? All right, Catherine Smith.
Hi, my name is Catherine Smith. I live in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, went to the University of Pittsburgh, and then I work for Panther Rare Pharmacy. So just looking to get redundancy for Panther.
Okay. Any questions for her? Macy, is it Sprosty?
Yep, you got it. So I am Macy. I graduated from Concordia University of Wisconsin, currently up in Onalaska, Wisconsin, working for a small pharmacy that just compounds sublingual immunotherapy, and we service all 50 states. So getting my license to be a backup pick for our pharmacy.
Any questions for her? All right, we got Penny. Oh, go ahead, Lynn.
What is a sublingual immunotherapy drop?
So it's kind of the same formulation as they would do for like injection immunotherapy. We just have it formulated so it goes under the tongue instead. Makes it a little bit more convenient so patients don't have to go into the office every few weeks.
There's some allergists that get those patients that they can dispense to patients. They can do at-home therapy.
Thank you.
All right, let's see, Penny Sullivan Green.
Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
My name is Penny Sullivan Green. I live in Bridgeport, Texas. I presently am pick for Brookshire's Grocery Company in Bridgeport, Texas. I graduated pharmacy school from the University of Houston in 1992 and graduated from the University of Florida with my doctorate in 2009. I'm looking to come with reciprocity to Arkansas. All of our children are in college in Arkansas. We have 2 children. Our daughter graduated from NYIT medical school in this last May, and our son graduates from there this next May, and our youngest child is going to NWAC in Bentonville. My husband and I have bought a home in Magazine, Arkansas, and are looking to come there. And I'm looking for, right now, I've already interviewed with Express RX. I believe it's in Paris, actually today. So we're hoping to move there and live out the second half of our life.
Any questions for her? Welcome to Arkansas.
Thank you.
Is it Mian Sun?
Oh, hey, good morning. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hey, good morning. My name is Mia Sun. I am a foreign graduate. I got my initial license through FPGEC. I am currently working at Biologics by McKesson. We are a specialty pharmacy. We service patients in all 50 states, Arkansas included. We do have PIC with active license in Arkansas. However, our company wants backup licenses for license security. So I volunteered and here I am.
Where did you originally go to school?
I went to Xiangya Medical School in China.
Darcy Swanson.
Hi, good morning. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
All right, wonderful. Well, I'm currently a pharmacist at Baptist Health here in Little Rock, Arkansas. My family and I relocated here from Idaho this August. So we are excited for our kids to grow here. Like the other gal said, I am an SDSU or South Dakota State University graduate from 2004. And I am seeking reciprocity to live out my kids' high school years and maybe college as well here in Arkansas.
Any other questions? All right, Serene Taylor. And we don't think we have her on. I'll check my computer.
I'm here. Hi, good morning. My name is Serene Taher. I work for Belmar Select Outsourcing out in Colorado. I graduated from the University of Colorado Skaggs School of Pharmacy, and I'm seeking reciprocity to be the temporary PIC for our PIC that is going on maternity leave.
And mainly hormone and pellet therapy?
Correct.
And how do you do your sterility, pyrogen, and potency testing on your pellets?
We terminally sterilize. So we send it out in the final packaging, and then we do we have like a sterilization validation. So so it's all been established, and then we do testing on the strips to ensure that the validated state was sterile.
Is it gamma radiation or E-beam?
I'm sorry?
Is it gamma radiation or E-beam?
It's E-beam.
So are you testing products once they come back or just releasing?
No, we test, we do quarterly audits, and then we test per batch.
Jacob Teague.
Hi, good morning. I'm Jacob Teague. I am a 2017 graduate of Belmont University here in Nashville, and I am still located in Nashville. I work for Optum RX Specialty Pharmacy, and I am seeking reciprocity as the backup PIC.
Any questions for him? Deval to Johnny.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right. Hi, my name is Keval Tejani. I recently moved to Arkansas from Pennsylvania, and that is the reason I need licensure here. I graduated in 2020 from NSU in Florida.
Any questions for her? All right, Blake Tony.
Good morning. My name is Blake Tony, and I went to Ohio State, graduated in 2014. I currently reside in Manchester, New Hampshire, and work for Amazon. And so I am seeking reciprocity to become one of the backups to the PIC.
Any questions for him? All right, Dr. Van.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Vincent Van. I graduated from Nova Southeastern University. I'm still located in Fort Lauderdale, Florida. I actually grew up in Mountain Home, Arkansas, so home of the Bombers, if you guys are familiar with Mountain Home. And I work at Create Pharmacy. I'm a compliance pharmacist there, and we're licensed in 38 states, looking to add Arkansas to the list.
Any questions for him? All right, next up, Amanda Whitman. We have Amanda with us. I do not see a Whitman on screen.
Hello. Hello.
Go.
This is Amanda Whitman. Can you hear me?
Yes, let's go.
Okay, I'm sorry. My name is Amanda Whitman. I am currently living in Clearwater, Florida. I went to school at NSU, like the past few people have, in Fort Lauderdale. I am looking to seek reciprocity in Arkansas to further my career as a pharmacist. I have gotten quite a few states, a little over the majority of the ones that require reciprocity to mail to different states. And I've been in contact with a lot of pharmacists and their businesses that are looking to expand. So I'm just trying to get up there and be able to grow further.
Questions for Dr. Whitman? All right, next up, Sarah Wolf.
Hi, I'm Sarah Wolf. I graduated from Duquesne University in 2005 in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. I've lived in Pennsylvania my entire life. I currently work for InnovaScript Pharmacy, which is in Indiana, Pennsylvania, about an hour and a half east of Pittsburgh. We are licensed in all 50 states as a mail order pharmacy. And I am looking to take over as the pick there because our current pick is moving to a different department in our company.
So how far is that commute every day?
I actually don't live in Pittsburgh. I live in my hometown. It's called Northern Cambria, Pennsylvania. It's about 2 hours east of Pittsburgh. So about a half-hour drive.
That's not bad, man. We thought you had like a 2-hour drive.
No, there are people that for our parent company, Diamond Pharmacy, there are some pharmacists that drive almost 2 hours to get there. So.
All right, next up, Adam Womack.
Went to school at Midwestern University in Glendale, Arizona,
And we can just barely hear you, Adam.
Is this any better?
Much.
Okay, sorry about that. Went to school at Midwestern University in Glendale, Arizona, and I am currently living in Elizabethtown, Pennsylvania. I work for Covetrus North America, which is a veterinary only mail order pharmacy, and I am the pharmacist in charge. So we're looking to be able to ship into Arkansas.
All commercial products?
All commercial, correct.
Any questions for him? All right, we got Kendra Zernacki.
Hi there. Yeah, my name's Kendra Zornacki. I'm a pharmacist. I'm currently working at Walgreens in Arkansas. I just moved from Colorado. I graduated from the University of Colorado in 2016. So just looking to get my license since we moved here.
So I met you in Hot Springs, didn't
I? I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you.
You're working in Hot Springs?
I'm sorry, I'm having trouble hearing.
Are you working in Hot Springs?
Oh, sorry about that. So I was for a little bit, and then we actually just bought a house near Fayetteville and Lowell. So I'm actually just transferred, and then we're working in like the Fayetteville area and the Fort Smith area.
Okay. I didn't also suggest to Colorado for Walgreens. That is all I have for this group. Go to the board president for a vote on this one.
All right, thank you, John. All in favor of accepting these candidates, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
All right, as a reminder to this group, Arkansas does have CE requirements. We have 100% audit of all pharmacists each value for CE, and we would highly suggest you get CE monitoring application so that you can help track your CE for all of your states you're licensed in. Once again, if you're interested in other updates of what might be happening in the realm of pharmacy for the state of Arkansas, we have a very active pharmacist association that even generally sends out weekly updates of different issues in Arkansas pharmacy. With that, we will dismiss our 11 o'clock group. Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And then the last page of your reciprocity packet and the letter that you got, we'll get Edward up. All right, so I see you've got as Eddie, not Edward, and I'm afraid to pronounce your last name, Oslewski.
Oshevsky, like a chef that skis. Oshevsky.
Oh, there you go, Oshevsky. All right, so who are you? Where are you from? Where'd you go to school? Why are you getting a license?
I live in Pike Road, Alabama. I'm a graduate of Auburn University, class of '86. Seeking reciprocity, I'm currently employed at Stalker Supply. We're a veterinary and herd pharmacy. Do only Legend veterinary commercial products, and we're seeking to expand into Arkansas. No compounding, no controls. Don't have a DEA registration, and not licensed. Don't have a controlled substance in Alabama or any state we're licensed.
And so we had your narrative account that we provided to the board members, since we need to separate yours out and see if there were any issues or if they would have any questions for you prior to considering the reciprocity. They do see that in your agreement, you can't work with controlled substances, but you're in a pharmacy that has none at this time.
That is correct. It'd be automatic 5 years in jail or prison for me if I was to dispense controlled substances. So don't want to go there.
No.
I have a question. If we were to approve this reciprocity, screening requirement, working with Arkansas Pharmacy Support Group, et cetera, be attached to that?
Not generally, since he's finished it in his other state.
I'm not going to make an issue of that today because I'm not knowledgeable enough about the overall situation. But that is an issue I would like to revisit with the board in the future with regard to what the policy should be on dealing with pharmacists who've had a drug or alcohol addiction type problem.
So I can tell you, Harold, generally, if they're living and practicing in another state, oftentimes we look for a reciprocal agreement. And we could put something along the lines of what you're saying is if he chooses at some point to move into Arkansas to practice within the state, that he'd be required to revisit with the board for approval.
Well, again, I don't want to.
Well, we've done that in the past.
I don't want to inject that into here, but let me say one of the things that I've had a great deal of experience with is representing healthcare entities dealing with addiction issues with practitioners, and also representing practitioners before their boards other than the pharmacy board. And I'm absolutely convinced that random unannounced screening is absolutely essential. I've had so many practitioners tell me that's the only thing that keeps them straight. When they're going to get stuff, no NLP call.
Yeah.
And it's all over. It's literally all
It's an insurance plan.
over. But at any rate, I appreciate your indulgence.
Absolutely. Any questions, thoughts? Is there a motion?
Dr. Newsom made a motion that we accept his application for reciprocity. Is there a second?
Second.
Dr. Mitchell seconds. All in favor? Opposed? So moved.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that, board.
All right. Dr. Oczynski, we will send you your permit out. I think you've already heard the reminders on CE and everything else.
Okay. Thank you very much, board. I appreciate it. Have a great day.
Thank you for sticking around with us.
Yes, sir.
So that completes our reciprocity. We do have a couple more orders that were not on our list. We can pass down for you guys to see, one of which was a CE order and one of which was a consent agreement from the last board meeting that the board had actually asked for. So I can pass those down. You look at, and at whatever appropriate time you make a motion to accept those. It does not have to be right this moment. We did not have anything else on the agenda before lunch. I don't believe that. Okay. We do have that here. We also have our 1 o'clock here that I would be willing to bet would pop up early to get it over with. Sure. How's that sound, Ed? All right, she's gonna grab your file. If you guys want to come up to these computers, I'll turn on the cameras for them. We'll get to it here in just a minute. Pick either one. We should have. I'm trying to get to it. I think it should be under Credo, but my tablet's not cooperating. There we go. I'm gonna let you. So real quick, Ed, if you're gonna tell us who you are and who you've got with you, and I'll let Dr. McCray explain why we're here.
Sure, thank you. My name is Ed Rickard. I'm a pharmacist and attorney. I'm National Pharmacist Council for Credo. With me here today is Eric Teachout, who's a pharmacist in charge at the Whitestown, Indiana Credo Pharmacy.
And Dr. McCray?
We received an application for a Credo Pharmacy license in the state of Arkansas. In the original application, there was some information that they explained their business model where there was a shared system between the, I guess, the prescribing software and the pharmacy. And that actually is not legal in the state of Arkansas. We told them that we would not approve that application. They said that's not exactly what we do. They resent in that application, and we'll let them explain why that's not what they do and how they prevent that interaction from happening.
And I think once we had that with the newer statute rules we had, we knew it was a conflict that if anybody else came back and saw it later, they would wonder why we hadn't discussed it. So they were kind enough to come in to do just that.
Yes, and I'm going to thank you also. We were originally on the agenda over the summer, but we had to continue it because of the personal health issue. But essentially what's happened, we submitted the initial application, received a letter from the board saying that they had questions for us about how we comply with current Arkansas law. We contacted Ms. McCready, Dr. McCready, as well as board counsel, and explained that the information in the original application is not accurate. We asked for permission to withdraw the application and submit a new one, which we did, and the license has not been issued. We haven't been dispensing into the state of Arkansas at all, pending this meeting. The information in the original application, it's not going to be a very satisfying answer, but we've investigated this to try to figure out how it was that information got into the application, and there's no explanation for it because it wasn't accurate at the time it was submitted. It's still not accurate today. And the last thing I'll mention before I'll turn it over to questions or to Dr. Peachout as the head is that when the new Arkansas law was ready, the new regulation was ready to be implemented, we spent a whole lot of time looking at it and vetting it to ensure that our processes were in compliance. And we checked every box. We are in compliance, but full compliance with Arkansas law. So if there's any specific questions, we're more than happy to answer them. If not,
So does the pharmacist have access to the other database at all? Patient's profile?
The patient's profile, we operate on our own independent system. So we operate as a retail pharmacy. We can service anyone. It doesn't have to be related to a PBM or Express Scripts. So that's completely separate.
So, but do you have access to those files?
The only thing we have access to is with Express Scripts, who we have a pharmacy, it's their pharmacy, not PBM, that we have shared service agreement with.
Did you say you had not been shipping in Arkansas?
not from the White Town, not from the White
Not from
Town.
that location.
My concern, I know there's lots of patients in the state that are probably serviced through the primary pulmonary hypertension patients. So I just wanted to make sure there hadn't been kind of a break in the patient care.
No, actually not. We can assure you that there's been no break in patient care. The Whitestown pharmacy was previously not licensed in Arkansas to service Arkansas patients. They're seeking that license so they can begin picking up some of the Arkansas patient population.
It's a new pharmacy in our network, so we're expanding, so new license, we have not shipped yet, or the service of our branches. I have a quick question. You said the application was not, and still is not accurate. Is the revised application accurate? Okay.
Yeah, the new one is 100%.
Okay, just want to make sure that I understood that. We do have something accurate on file.
So you guys have some type of shared corporate ownership structure between Express Scripts and Accredo?
Correct.
Somewhere in the corporate ownership?
Yes, that's right.
Dr. McCready, or Dr. Kirkland, tell me again, what is our problem with this exactly?
Well, their initial application indicated that they would be pulling data out of like out of the PBM system, farming it, which is not allowed under Arkansas statutes passed in 21. And it's been interesting, this isn't just an issue for them, but it's been interesting, a couple people say, oh no, we get an agreement for that. And it's like, the statute doesn't say unless it's agreed upon, the statute says you can't do it. We had a couple people say, well, I'd like an exemption from that. The statute didn't give the Board of Pharmacy the ability to exempt what is required by the statute either. So for them, it's just showing that, no, this was something put in there in error. I'm betting they have a whole different legal overview before they answer those questions now to prevent it.
I think it really was poorly worded.
Yeah. But I mean, I think staff, I think it resolves it, but knowing that was in our long-term record, we needed to, or thought you guys would want to.
So the issue is, I just want to make sure I understand. The issue is, you have a PBM Express Scripts that's there's common ownership. And we wouldn't want the pharmacy to just be able to pull PBM data over into their pharmacy
They
software
can't do it.
system. Right, that's what the violation. So can you, I know can you give us a little overview of how it really works and how there is no conflict there?
Yeah, we operate on our own proprietary system, so it is homegrown, and we adjudicate just like any other pharmacy would, so no different than a local corner store. So we put the prescription in our system, we send off adjudication to whatever PBM it is. It doesn't have to be with Express Scripts. We'll get back to any kind of edits that are coming from the PBM and dispenses them.
So if you happen to come across your fax and you've got a prior authorization for a patient that's an Express Scripts patient, they had a PA, they came in and Express Scripts, how do you handle that?
We will be handling a prior authorization for Express Scripts if we have a prescription for Express Scripts. So when we receive the prescription, we'll do a benefit investigation to determine where their coverage is, because it's not always just Express Scripts, it can be anywhere. If a prior authorization was required, we would reach out just like any pharmacy would.
So if you were to receive one from them.
That was not for our
not
patient,
patient, you would not.
we would not do it, we would send it to Express Scripts. Nothing would receive it there.
You're receiving the prescription from the prescriber, not from the people.
Right.
They've straightened that confusion out for that application.
Sorry, we have to read, and you're talking at the same time, so I know we ask you to answer the other questions, but it's not that we're not listening, we're just trying to understand the case.
The pharmacy operates as any other pharmacy would, in terms of prescriber relationships. And, as I noted, we took notice of the statute. To the extent that we didn't have things in place, we need to be sure that we're full compliance with Arkansas law.
Any other comments? Questions?
I think that we, ask the board to approve their application.
Motion to approve.
All right, we have a motion to approve by Dr. Mitchell, second by Dr. Jolly. All in favor of this motion, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Nay. It's like the ayes have it.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
That's all we had. That may actually help move this up slightly. For that matter. You guys had a chance to look at those two. One of them, literally just came in while we were meeting. I think Lynn.
Well, I've got one here. I haven't passed it down. I apologize.
The other one, I think Lynn has, I think that's the CE one, isn't it? Okay. It is 12 hours.
For the vote count, see.
They both are actually CE related.
One is from the audit, one is from the person who used to answer the audit.
Generated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do we need to make another vote to accept that?
Yes.
Yeah, we have a motion.
I would like to make a motion to approve the other two consent orders that were provided.
We have a motion to approve the last two consent orders by Dr. Mitchell, seconded by Dr. Newsom. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hi, Debbie.
Debbie, how about we see you back at 1 o'clock?
They came through loud and clear. 1 o'clock.
How about we see you back at 1 o'clock?
Okay.
All right, I think with that, we should be able to break for lunch.
Hey, I did want to real quick congratulate you on your full board.
Absolutely.
Good whole idea, well earned.
Yes. You go see both her goals.
I want to see all this.
Yeah.
All right, guys, that's it till after lunch.
Yeah, we reconvened. 1 o'clock.
Hey, Tom, what's in the chat?
Oh, yeah.
Hey, Jennifer,
Yeah, clearly not.
we need to be able to turn on our video for the guest. It's locked out. Hopefully she's in her office. Josh, we'll see if I can unlock it from mine.
Okay.
Be like a 50-50 chance here. We're not going to start, let's start the beginning on this.
Okay, thank you.
So why? Straight out of school. That's that old saying on that one.
It's true. Yeah. All right, we'll get that straight in just a second, but for the board members, they can see you at least. This is our 130, since he's here and ready to go. It's under tab number 5 of your list. Josh, you're going to tell us who you are and what your role is. I'll help tell the board why we're here.
Okay, ask me to start my video.
Yeah, you hit okay.
Okay.
There we go.
Hello, I'm Josh Winningham. I'm here today as the pharmacist in charge for the institutional license of the Benton County Jail. We're here today asking to make some alterations to the stock medication formulary for their stock list.
And if you can remind us, how big is that facility?
That facility is around 800 inmates is what it holds. To give you some scale, that I'm also the pharmacist in charge for all of the ADC state prisons. And this would put it in range of about a medium to large state facility.
So anytime we have overall stock change generally on these special permits that have been approved by the board, if you look in your handout, and Josh here in case he can help answer any questions, just like I would not offhand know how big it was. Pages 1 and 2 are the stock list that we had back in 18 that had been previously accepted for that facility. And then pages 3 and 4, and especially I think page 4 has the highlights of the other drugs you were hoping to either update quantity, remove, which the removals are easy for us, or add to the stock list.
Yes, sir. Yeah, I tried to highlight on that one item to make it a little easier where the changes were at.
So that he's here for any questions you guys have about the quantity changes or the really more so the additions rather than the deletions.
I see the 4 days of box size going from 4 to 30, just rationale, alcohol, abstinence.
Mainly just, they come in the stock cart sizes are 30, 4 tablets is not very much when you have 800 count facility size. Just to make it a standard card size of 30 with the rationalization there to keep it a full card. That way it's not, they have a supply there, and if they have multiple people coming and need it, it's not a patient issue, a patient safety or patient treatment issue of not having that stuff.
Have you had instances where somebody needed drugs didn't have it?
I can't answer that question offhand. We just took over this contract, and the previous pharmacy that had the contract, or the previous medical group that had that contract, is no longer with this yet either. So it's a new medical group and a new pharmacy as well. So I'm not going to answer that question.
What's the technology that this is held within? What's the box like? In other words, what would the security be for enhanced number?
So all of the controlled substances are stored in a locked building, medical room, And then the controlled substances are stored within that room in a locked safe. And the only people with access to that room are the medical staff. And then the only people with access to the safe are the medical staff. And then to get to the field room, you have to go through an additional layer of security to get into the actual medical facility in the jail. So to actually get to it, there are 3 layers of security to get your controls and 2 layers of security to get to the non-controlled stock medications.
So I assume following law that there would have to be an issuance of a prescription for the nurses to go in and access the drug that they're
Following the protocol, yes, there would have to be, they would be an order for it put in the system, and then they would go into the fill room and then go in to access the safe to get the medication out of the safe. Now they do part of the, there are shift change counts on all the medicines, to where at the change of every shift, the offgoing and ongoing nurse count all the controlled medications to ensure that what is in the safe matches what is in the physical logbook. They keep the paper log as well as the computer logs to ensure that those counts match.
And how often do you restock?
The restock happens whenever it gets low and the reorder is triggered. So if they have a 30 count, we typically have them reorder when it gets below half a bar.
And Dr. Richmond helped answer in these facilities, they do, some about the protocol, you know, even with the protocol, the nurse can't automatically select drug selection. It still has to go through some duly authorized prescriber to actually order the administration. That's something that we work through with smaller jails and prisons previously. And also for any jail or prison that has stock medications, they have to have 24-hour, at least at minimum RN staffing to be able to help identify and kind of triage those patients to work through their protocol of, hey, here's when we need to call APRN or the physician or the PA, and here's what's going on to obtain orders.
The drugs and the quantities that they keep in their stock list, is that just for first doses? That get fills from contract pharmacy?
Yes, sir. It's meant to be like emergency first doses, just to get through until the next day, or if it's a weekend, maybe 2 days from the next delivery. We try to limit it to 3 days maximum out of this stock usage.
I noticed that you're removing 2 of the TB drugs. So are y'all seeing less TB, or y'all going to a different regimen?
That was a choice on the facilities part. They said that they didn't think they would need that. So being a county jail, it's still treated and it's a big issue, but it's probably not as much of an emergent issue in a county jail as it is in the state jails.
Do you know why they have warfarin on their stock list, but they don't want the vitamin K anymore?
Part of their protocol would be if it got to a level of having to give warfarin, they would be sent out.
Vitamin K.
Yeah, or for having vitamin K, they would be sent out. It wouldn't be something that can be in the facility.
So I see you're getting rid of your log instruments and you're adding Largine. Can you expand on that a little bit?
So the long-acting insulin that they want to use is the Largine, and then anything short-acting would be like the over-the-counter style insulins like the Humulin or Novolin that would be the Humulin.
I don't see those on your list.
But they'd be OTC.
Okay.
So they can have all the OTC treatments that they want, and even though they don't have to have them at the same level of security of like DEA controlled substances, they're still in lock cap. There's no free access even to the acetaminophen or ibuprofen. It still has to go through medical needs. Thank you.
I guess I'm just curious that I see a number of injectable drugs that get into jail. I mean, is it high acuity? What would injectable furosemide?
The injectable furosemide is already on the list.
Yeah, I guess I'm just asking.
So that was one that is probably in this situation not going to be used very often. It was already on the list. They felt like they need to keep it. It wasn't one that they wanted to take off, but in the county jail, probably not going to be used that often. That's the reason that we wanted to add the oral furosemide. I think that's going to be a lot better fit. But they wanted that there as an option if there was an emergent type situation, that if they didn't have to go to the backup pharmacy and waste that time for patients.
I wasn't so much the question, just drug choice, but just trying to get a handle on this is a Waters County.
It's a big facility, and I can't remember, Josh, this one does not have an infirmary, does it?
It does not. No.
Okay. So sometimes the ones that are even this size, like Pulaski County is larger than Benton, but it also has an infirmary where it does do some acute treatment. But personal observation is on these larger facilities, they do some acute, care before they have to triage and send out for an ambulance or something else. Because it's 800 people, they've got full-time healthcare staffing. They probably get people in some hypertensive episodes that they just go ahead and inject this. It's 2 doses, so.
So not just nursing, they also have providers, like nurse practitioners.
They not 24 hours a day, but available 24 hours a day is my understanding.
Right, they're available, they're not there.
Observation, Josh, correct me if I'm wrong, but through most of these health contracts, the larger facilities like that, they'll have a prescriber of some sort on site every day for some length of time because they're having to see all the patients that have need for medical care. A lot of the RNs do a lot of physical assessment, I think, and just like when you go to the doctor's office checking on stuff, and I think help to identify who needs to see further care.
All right.
I would
So we're just, we'll
Changes.
Dr. Newsom proposed a motion to accept this list as presented. Dr. Richmond seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
You got it.
Looks like it passes.
All right, we'll mark this as approved and we can send an email back of response of yes, this list is approved for use at that facility.
Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you. Next up, we have tab number 4 for our French McCarty will join us up here. Get to choose who sits in front of the cameras and who doesn't.
I got to take one.
The blue jacket's real, huh? The blue jacket's real.
I did not get the
And it should pop up for you to start your camera too. So if you guys want to tell us who you are with Carti, then we can dive into the request for the board today.
Sure. Good afternoon. I'm Kitty Cohn. I'm General Counsel for Carti. With me today is Dr. Misty Harvey, our Chief Clinical Officer, and Dr. Ashley Crowley, our pharmacist in charge of our oral pharmacy. And before the board today is our request for alternative site pickup and the memorandum of understanding.
And I'll tell you, especially for Dr. Mack, who's on Zoom, the only microphone is over there beside you. So if she can't hear you, she's going to let me know and we'll have to remind you. So I'm loud and they usually don't complain about hearing me, but I keep having to remind our own board members and folks to speak up as well so she can hear it and it'll be ours. So my understanding, correct me where I misspeak, is since we've been working with Carti, we have several other outlying facilities that now have pharmacy permits to fulfill. There are especially some medications that it would be better with these specialty drugs to fulfill them locally for the patient and then let the patient have an option of picking them up when they're getting care in Pine Bluff or El Dorado or Russellville or wherever it is.
That's correct. It would be best for the patient to be able to pick the location that's most convenient for them.
So we've done similar requests in the past, but I know like Walgreens and CVS, especially drugs, pick up at their local store. And this, I think, would also help Cartide managing when they have patients at which location, rather than having large drug stock out in the outlying areas. Did I miss anything?
Does this meet all the rest of the requirements and regulations?
Yes, it's not just a pickup station per se, it's for them to be able to do a central fill almost so that they could supply to other pharmacies if the patient's going to be there to pick it up.
And this is actually patient driven. We serve a lot of rural communities where the patients just really aren't comfortable with the expense of the oral oncolytics. And some of them are $20,000 a month. And when you talk to them about shipping them UPS or FedEx, they get very nervous because they live sometimes on county lines, people will tell us, and they really just feel more comfortable going to their local clinic and picking it up there. Which I understand. I'm not in a rural area, but apparently it can be a problem with the packages being lost and they're not receiving their medications.
Did you say central fill just to liken it to a scenario and to be an analogy, or is it central fill?
Well, in this one, it's fascinating because central fill in many ways is the catch-all of how to do, off-site order review, how to centralize the process, how to have it picked up elsewhere or anything else. So this one, it could be central fill, or it could be seen as allowing pickup at a separate location, similar to what we did previously with CVS and Walgreens. I think that if you approve both scenarios, because either works, you quit arguing about which it is.
Yes, I'm just asking from the standpoint to make sure that we're not opening up the door that later can be pointed to what you didn't require in that situation. So I'm just trying to, because if it's central fill, then it requires certain labeling and signage and patient acknowledgement.
So the interesting thing is what we did with previous, they did not define it as central fill. My understanding is in part because the way that the specialty pharmacy could actually bill it, they had a different billing capability than if you're trying to do central fill, where my local pharmacy tries to bill a specialty drug that isn't seen as in network as a provider for it. So at times, I think they will need to be able to bill it from Little Rock with the contract that they have available there and then deliver it to the outlying facility. So central fill, generally, I look at it is, I'm the outlying facility, I would drive it, bill it and everything else, and someone just does fulfillment and sends it back to you. I don't know that that's always going to work in this one, which makes me think that the MOU would generally be a better fit. But I don't think the board, I think the board could also say, well, if you need to use the same scenario for central fill, it's already going to be labeled from the Little Rock main site. It would just require the patient to have a signage of that your prescription may be fulfilled at another site and have a label.
Remind me what the requirements are for a pickup station, certain mileage.
Well, so if it was a pickup station, a pickup station would not have a pharmacy permit there.
Right.
So a pickup station has to be 10 miles from other pharmacy services available. This isn't really a pickup station. It's the ability to pick it up at their licensed pharmacy, at their permitted pharmacy location.
So each place would have.
Yes.
Correct.
Yes. So like Pine Bluff has Pine Bluff has a pharmacy permit that operates the limited hours when oncologic services are being offered in that facility. And El Dorado has limited hours for that service because it's the only place you can obtain most of these specially limited distribution drugs.
One of you ladies, if you would, go back and just take prescription and just that would qualify for what you're asking for, take it from the beginning to the end.
Yes, sir. We receive all oncolytics.
Can you say it kind of louder?
We receive all prescriptions when we receive an oral oncolytic prescription. We work the prior authorization. We help the patient obtain any kind of funding grants that are necessary, just like a normal specialty pharmacy does. And then, of course, we contact the patient, we counsel them, we go over the medication, And then as of right now, we ship it to their home, or they can pick it up in the Little Rock location that we are. We have lots of patients that have requested to pick it up in Russellville or in Pine Bluff and not have it shipped. So that's kind of what's led us to this. But right now, we do the preemptive refill calling, all the counseling, all the copay card assistance, grants, anything that a normal specialty pharmacy would do. So that what would be different, you know, we would still do the preemptive refill calling, we would still do everything that we needed to do as a specialty pharmacy. We would just send it to a different part-time pharmacy that's licensed by the board for the patient to be able to pick it up there.
And then in the event of, say, an ice storm or something like that, what would you do with that situation?
We do have an emergency preparedness plan, and we would do the best that we could to stock up before an ice storm like we normally do. We always try to contact the patient at least 10 days out from the time and guarantee that they have enough medication on hand, you know, at least a week's worth to make sure that we can make it through any functioning challenges or travel.
But y'all would send it somewhere locally if they needed to.
Yes, well, a lot of our medications you can't get locally, unfortunately. We are the local source for them. If not, they would have to go out of state.
Some of the specialty oncolytics are almost limited to hospital for on-site treatment, especially oncology clinic for prescriber dispensing.
Small store could probably get
Yes, sir.
reimbursed for it, like.
You either not be in network to obtain it or not in network to get paid.
Right. Anybody else have anything?
And I would add one last thing, most stores don't want the risk.
Right.
Because if you mess it up, it's $20,000 of oops.
Anybody? Dr. Mitchell gave us a motion to approve. Dr. Richmond seconds, all in favor? Any opposed?
Aye.
It passes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time.
You don't have any other weird requests, you're gonna call them next week, do you? Every time we do this, it's like, you know, we just thought of one more thing, and we're like, how do we get this, how does this work?
We're growing as an organization.
Wow.
We're gonna have more pains, I promise.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
We appreciate the support.
Thank you. So we are I think that we are able to move up the schedule. Was that? Okay. You guys want to skip ahead to Mercy? We'll see if they're ready. There. All right, tab number 6. All right, if you want to tell us who you are and who you're with, we'll keep going from there.
All right, my name is Alyssa Ferrari, I'm the Pharmacy Services Director at Mercy Hospital in Cary.
So under tab number 6, you guys will see that Berryville Mercy Hospital, we've had some others requests previously, is asking to be able to match up for after hours pharmacy order review. You want to tell us what your hours are and how you would map that out? That probably help the board as well.
Yes, so currently we actually have Mercy Hospital Fort Smith as our after hours. I am on site from 8 to 4:30 every Monday through Friday, other than holidays and weekends. So what would happen is Mercy Northwest Arkansas would take over at 4:30 whenever I leave. And then our after hours verification overnight until I can get there. And then also.
seems in line with other things we've already approved, right?
It is.
Like I said, we do already have University Hospital Fort Smith. In 2018, University Rogers, or Norfolk Circus, took over as our current hospital for the area. And we're just a little behind on getting that transition over.
Staff has no issue request.
Motion to approve.
Dr. Newsom, there was a motion to approve, Dr. John, is second. All in favor? Oh, hold on, hold on.
Aye.
So, all in favor, except Randy?
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passes.
All right,
So thank
there you go.
That was fast. Okay.
All right. Next thing on the agenda is Excella. I have not seen anybody from there show up as a guest. Anybody else this afternoon?
John, can I would say real quick?
Absolutely.
So I'm just bringing this up as something we can consider as a board. It seems like a lot of after hours, order entry approvals, or just reminds of things we've approved some of the times before. And I've been meant to bring this up in the last meeting. Is that something we want to consider, just allowing the board staff to make decisions on moving forward? And if it's out of the ordinary, if we don't normally approve, we come for the board.
I think if it's someone we've already approved one of their locations and it's an add-on or a switch from facility A to B, that's, it's this easy.
Do you think that it requires any consideration if they're for a hospital setting, whether they're out of state or not? I mean, I know what the regulations say, but I mean, would it make any difference in our deliberation when these were in?
Well, I would say if, even in an instance like this was adding one facility into a group that had already been approved. So even if they were using CPS or Pipeline RX out of state, if they were already in an approved situation, the board's never raised an issue of adding one more facility to it. I think, to your point though, when we have had a brand new entity we've never dealt with, like when Pipeline came up, it was a different approach, or when CPS came up, originally it was all through Cardinal Health out of Enclave, Center Parkway down in Katy, Texas. Well, we've done kind of two levels. The first one is the entity providing it approved by the state? Well, if it's another local hospital, then they're approved. They've got Arkansas licensed people in Arkansas permanent. When it's been an out-of-state one, we've had them come with the first group that they were asking to work with. And they've had to show, here's how we are in a compliant environment, are we working it from brick and mortar? Is it from the person's own home? If it's from home, how is it a secure facility? How are the records kept? Is it in the cloud or VPN network rather than being on a computer that we tampered? So if anything like that came up, the staff that we have is going to go, hold on a minute, this is beyond what we would be comfortable approving or have the authority to approve. But I think it's just, Baptist is covering these 4 Baptist hospitals and another one will sit online.
I think if it's in the state, if it's an entity that we inspect, that we have approved, I don't think there's a problem with this. I think if it comes in from somewhere else though.
Yeah, if there's a new facility, ABC is going to do this for 2 hospitals in the state. We've never dealt with ABC and either of the 2 hospitals have had previous approval, then it doesn't work. But if the ABC group out of state has been approved to work with hospital 1, hospital 2, and there's a sister 3rd hospital, I wouldn't see an issue adding a sister 3rd hospital.
Yeah, so I should be more specific with that. That was the scenario I was talking about. Like the one I remember most recently was a hospital here in town, and they built a new facility like out in Bedford.
Yeah.
We approved them, well, let's say they built a facility. We already approved it, it's just the same.
Yeah, there's a difference in adding on to the web versus building it.
What if it's an entity that, like the scenario you just said, they're already approved, it's an out-of-state XYZ company, and they're already approved by the board for these 2 hospitals, and then they're completely different, like organization, hospital group, want to, that even come before the board or we authorize?
We would likely bring it for the board because before a hospital, a standalone group or a group of hospitals gets it, we actually have, especially like Dr. Robertson runs through, and sometimes the board will have questions about how did you get this approved through P&T? And the board also make sure there's assurance that this will not be something result in cutting healthcare staff at the facility. So the people who've been through this before, Merchants had to tell us before, we're not cutting any of our staff. This is adding service, not subtracting service. And here's how we hope to.
I like it.
Then, I guess my motion would be, I guess, if I can get a little more specific, that to authorize the board staff to make a decision on already previously approved after hours, remote entry approvals that are just add-ons to the same commonly owned organization. Does that sound reasonable?
Yep.
All right.
I amend my motion.
We have a second. All right, so
Rewritten the motion second.
any other, anybody else got anything else on this before we vote? Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Now, how did you say aye before she said aye?
I don't know if I can. She's been.
Like the video.
She's been showing, but that's her second.
I thought life traveling faster than sound.
But not through Zoom. We zoomed in on the sound.
Just squeeze a little duck, yeah. All right, next up, who we have?
Just a second.
It's Alexa. Let's go back.
You got it. Tab 7.
Tab 7. All right, Alexa, Excella, which is Alexa's go back.
Is it these two? Yeah.
North Carolina.
You got them right.
Good. It should be, yeah.
Right. Guys, I'm John Curtin. I'm the director of the Board of Pharmacy. Just telling you who you're speaking with today, realize you just walked in the room. On this side of the table, myself, Dr. McCrady's our assistant director. I think you guys have exchanged some different contacts with her. Mr. Joe West is our legal counsel. The other side of the table, these are our 8 pharmacy board members, and our 6 pharmacists and our 2 public members who are decision makers here today. I understand you're from Excella. If you guys want to tell us who you are, then I'll explain to the board briefly why we're here, then turn it back over to you.
Yes, sir.
And I'll ask, I'm sorry, you have to speak up. We have one board member that's online, and the only speaker is in that little camera there. For that, for our video audio record, we have to have you speak up so we can hear.
We'll try.
Sure.
Thank you, sir. It's a privilege for us to be here. My name is Ganesh Kaniru, President and CEO of Excella, and I have here Bridget Archer, and she is our pharmacist in charge for our pharmaceutical facility.
Okay. So my understanding while we're here, please correct me if I misspeak, and I know you've got a presentation to show them about Excella, is that you have 3 different buildings for your kind of campus, your 503B permit, and you're asking our staff to give you one Arkansas Board of Pharmacy permit And I think Dr. Craig's explained to you that would actually violate our rules to only get one permit for 3 different physical locations. Because our rules on outsourcing facilities specifically say means a facility in one geographic location or address. And our rules for all business permits are location specific. I understand that you have 3 or 4, that you have different DEA permits at each location, and we've passed a map for board members to see kind of where they are. But I understand you still want to ask the board for an exception to our law. I don't know that they can give it, but you are welcome to ask. Have I missed anything in that?
No, that's correct.
Okay. With that, I would turn it over for them to present to the board.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, we gave you a presentation here, and I'll just go through this real quick. It's pretty self-explanatory. We want to explain a little bit of background of Excella. We are a GMP sterile injectable manufacturing facility. We have been in business since 2005, and we first inspection was in 2010, FDA, and first commercial launch in 2012. And we were the first 503B registered facility from a GMP manufacturer. As soon as the statute came out, we did that, and it was very, very specific to really serve the industry by only doing drug shortage products. That's all we do. We don't manufacture anything else. But now for the 503B purposes, it's only on drug shortages. Now we are about over 500 employees since 2021. As you can see in the next slide, that's okay. Well, you can follow the hard copy. So in the next slide, we have some of the products. As you can see, we work on differentiated products that help the consumer in the hospitals. And the next slide, we have list of awards. We were given several awards given for the recognition of our service to industry, as well as for creating jobs in the local economy. We have gotten several awards.
Okay, it's just not advanced.
Right.
Board members will go back into their agenda. There's one that says Excel 2, and they also have some comments on it.
You guys have it under tab 7A.
Our apologies, Rice. Okay. Yeah, you can see the awards here. And in the next slide, we have this our history of inspection by the FDA. As you can see, we're very compliant with the FDA. Couple times we have not even received the observations, but whenever we receive an observation, we are tested right away. So we're very compliant with the FDA. And here in the slide, you can see that we have several facilities that are all located within Manila. They're all within 5 to 10 minutes driving distance from each other. They're designed to really address different areas. One building is manufacturing, one building is packaging and inspection labeling. Another building is analytical services. Another building is warehouse. Like that is because it is designed such a way it is highly economical if you're producing large quantities of drugs for the ANDAs and NDAs. Okay, so in the next slide, you can see the different buildings. These are all large facilities. For example, the top building is over 145,000 square feet. On the top right, it's a manufacturing building. State of the art, it is about 85,000 square feet. On the bottom left is about 165,000 square feet. On the bottom right is about 20,000 square feet. That's the smallest building in town. And then you can see in the next slide, each facility has different functions. You know, for example, in the Augusta building, we compound fill, and also we have micro lab, the video board, etc. And then in the Max building, you know, we do all the lab testing, warehousing, and the Michelle facility, we manufacture, and Elton facilities, all packaging, inspection, labeling, and warehousing and shipping. We're shipping sometimes from the Max building, but we don't ship from Michelle facility, for example. So they're all designed to really get to optimize the activities so that it becomes very economical for us. When it comes to 503B operation, you can see here, you know, we never intended to mass produce drugs, and you know, it is really, we want to stay consistent with the 503B statute. The way we read it, it was never intended to be manufacturing anything other than drug shortage products. You know, some companies do that, do other things, but we have not stayed with the language and spirit of the 503B statute. And if there is a shortage, we do it, and only when a hospital health system calls us and say, can you do this for us? We can't find anywhere else. That's what we do. And once the shortage is over, then we stop manufacturing product. And we never wanted to make essential copies, or we never wanted to do this, you know, for convenience compound. You know, we felt that that is not consistent with the 503B statute. And we never price gouge our products, you know, always stay with the same product, the price, whatever that was there before the shortage, we charge the same price, you know, even when there is a national shortage. And we respond to the industry needs very, very quickly. One example, back in 2020, there was a nationwide crisis with Plasma and fentanyl, the COVID vaccine, the COVID product, from COVID problem. At that time, there was really no availability of plasma and fentanyl in the whole country. And we got calls from New York, from the state of New York, asking for immediate supply. And we never manufactured these products before. And we didn't even have the quotas for some of these drugs, for example, fentanyl. It was a quota. But we really marshaled our resources and got the FDA quota and got some of the state licenses and manufactured the product and supplied it in 2 to 3 weeks because we put in all of our resources. And supplied to not only New York, but several states in Virginia, Ohio, West Virginia, and Delaware, Maryland, places like that. And again, today we're doing, in 2022, we're helping estate short. Again, our goal is really to make only when it is necessary, absolutely. The objective for us is when we set up the 503B registration was to use the same facilities and same manufacturing equipment, same GMP personnel, and same testing equipment. That we get the same high quality of GMP quality, even for 503B products. So we don't take any shortcuts, we get the same quality. And the difficulty with GMP manufacturing, of course, is that it is not flexible, a lot of rules and regulations, so we can just turn them down. And because of that, we build these things for economies of scale, a lot of manufacturing facilities, large equipment, high-speed equipment. Because of that, we cannot just create a 503B facility and then do all these things. But it's just not economical, especially for the way we want to do it, because we are not intending to do a large scale manufacturing or compounding for like some of the companies do. As I said, our operations are spread across 4 buildings, but they're all within a geographic location, closely, within 10 minutes. But they're all under the single centralized management control. Now, the one camp is we have worked with the FDA, and the FDA recognized that all of our buildings fall under one campus. So they gave us one registration. Same thing with North Carolina. North Carolina also has similar language. But they agreed that it is all, one campus, and they gave one registration. And, we have forgotten to put here on this one. There are other states that have done that. For example, Virginia, West Virginia, and
Kentucky and Virginia.
yeah, they also have given us a single registration form.
Are there any states, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but since you brought the point up, are there any states that your license in that have not given you a single pharmacy permit that have asked you to get forward?
So it's basically when I asked for single registrations because they're using the same language as the joint registration uses that the uses for hospital facility definitions. So lots of times, if we are registered in a state more than once for our facilities because they want the requirement of the shipping facility, sales and shipping. But if they do use that same language definition for 503B facility in their regulation section, I go to them and ask them. So like for Kentucky, if our FDA approved products, they have to go, we have to have a licensed facility that's going to ship those products out because it's an FDA approved product. But since they use the same language for the definition of 503B facilities for their 503B licensing, they did grant us one license for the 503B. So like another example is that Oklahoma and their regulations, they state that each facility must be licensed. So we have 4 503B facility licenses with them. We have 4, and we have 4 wholesalers, 4 manufacturers.
Because they won't want them to get.
They will not know, but that's, so I'm looking, when I go to licensing, I'm looking for that language and then clarifying with that state board of pharmacy, that state regulatory agency as to what they do allow.
Okay, I'm sorry, I was just going to say, I'll let Dr. Conley continue, but I got all the questions on that.
I was just going to ask for clarification. So is the only state in which you're multiply licensed Oklahoma?
I know Oklahoma is one.
Probably not, but it's
Yeah,
not
right.
what you said.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm not sure what question you're answering. So let me ask you this one. Are there any states, including Oklahoma, in which you are required to have each building separately licensed, such as we are asking?
So South Carolina.
South Carolina. So it's right next door to me.
South Carolina has taken this. So currently, we hold an outsourcing facility license or some type of license in 35 states. So we may also have a manufacturer wholesale license, we also have 35 states that require us to have a 503B. And right now, I have, as Kentucky, West Virginia, all have given us a 1,503B. But then there's like New Jersey, will require one license. Indiana is the one that actually was part of FDA registration. So we also have.
And I appreciate the answer you're giving, but it's kind of from the opposite direction that we're asking. Since we're being asked to give an exception, I'm trying to figure out, and I think Dr. Joe is as well, figure out, are there other states that have not given you the exception? And if so, where are they? So far, I understand Oklahoma and South Carolina.
And I don't really know actually where it is.
I don't know if we have the authority to even challenge that law.
It's what you made the local producer do. Like SCA has a permit on that side of us, a couple miles, and on that side of us, a couple miles away. US Compounding had multiple permits for their other facilities, even store products, one point Campbell Grove when they were functioning. So, I mean, it's the same way we treated the local 503Bs that we dealt with, to the tune where some of them have decided to expand to a secondary facility or expand because of space limitations or whatever.
We don't have the authority to do that, Jay. There's a law, and we can't change the law.
I think the thing that we can help them with, and there may be some misunderstanding about this, but like under 503B is one of the subsections that we have grouped in with wholesalers and 3PLs, so that if someone has multiple functions in one physical location, it can cover those multiple functions as a 503B and acting as a wholesaler. Because some states want you to have a wholesaler, some of them want you to have an outsourcer, some of them want you to have a TPL. Like different states have defined outsourcing facilities completely different for years. Most of ours in-state continue to carry a separate pharmacy permit as well as their 503B outsourcer permit, because as times evolve, some states still want them to have a pharmacy permit as well to fit into their compounding language or to be able to ship their patients.
Are you licensed in New York State?
Okay.
No.
They require inspection. We don't have inspection.
So they will not give you both a manufacturer permit and an outsourcing facility permit at the same location. You have to designate like which section of the facility you have both within the same. So I don't know, since you are so overlapping and intermingled, I don't know how.
So, Mr. Jones, the pharmacist, and I was looking at, he has told me that once we get our inspection, because your application there is on package for a year, so. It says it gives us 1 level.
So right, and you additionally want a manufacturing license in New York State?
Yes, yes, so if you sell or if you distribute from that facility, that's your license.
That's interesting.
So every state is different.
Yeah, confusing, but. So I just looked up the FDA guidance on the facility definition for an outsourcing facility. So I wanted to verify what I thought. When the draft originally came out, they had something in there that said like within half a mile.
Yes.
That is not in the final guidance. And so I think that what they're asking for is reasonable, and I think it very clearly in the guidance for 503Bs is something that FDA has sort of taken into consideration and allows. However, our regulations don't, right? So it's like, I don't have a problem with what they're doing, but I also don't have the power to say that it's okay, because it is against our rules. And so we would have to, at some point, go through like a rule change process, which takes a couple of years, it seems like.
Can I continue with my presentation?
Sure.
There is, I think we're addressing the.
Well, can I ask you something? So you guys have a commercial side. Don't you guys have veteran pre-filled syringes as one of your commercial products?
Yes.
They have one product.
We have a permit. Okay.
One thing you mentioned that would help me is, why does this make any difference to you? Why are you going to all the trouble to ask for this exception? You might just simply get the additional permit.
Yeah, I do not believe this is an exception. You know, it's within your language. That's why.
Well, but that's not a law. You don't set out to correct all Arkansas laws you disagree with. Why this particular one?
No, I'm not disagreeing with the law itself.
I mean, I'm just asking, is this all about the registration fee and what about the registration fee? Is that the issue?
It's that and also the administrative burden.
Let's assume that the board stayed with its current policy. Explain to me exactly how that would affect your company. What would that mean to your company?
Yeah, the administrative burden, for us, getting 4 different licenses and maintaining them every year, and then making sure we're compliant with all the regulations in the building. That becomes given the amount of work we do for 503B, it is becoming like an administrative burden for us.
Other than other than filing the application, wouldn't you be doing all of the compliance things, whether you had one permit or 100?
Talking with a lady on the phone, she said that each facility, and we were to license each of our facilities, we were private, your wholesale with some licensing by the week, then we were having to get 3 additional pharmacists. And I don't believe that the volume that we do for 503B, it's not economical, it's just not sustainable per se. So again, to the 503B service, it is a service, we are trying to help to alleviate our shortages. And as a pharmacist that's been in hospital pharmacy, it's nothing, it's a horrible feeling to be wanting to try to fill medication that they don't have enough to go for it. So
So do you not have pharmacists at all 4 facilities?
I am the pharmacist in charge.
So you're the only pharmacist?
The other, you work in one, there are no pharmacists in the other facilities except for you, I mean, you're the only one that does all.
So if we have 503B manufacturing in the Michelle facility and it starts at 2 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning, or any delays, and it's 10 o'clock, then whenever they start, I'm there at that building, if it's in another building. And then you mean it's a marathon, I'm there. I'm there to supervise or partake and helping them do the constant.
So how do you maintain, I mean, I'm looking at the DEA registration, you have 4 DEA licenses.
But they don't have to have a pharmacist for that.
That's
When-
true.
When our state and our board wrote rules for outsourcing facilities, they wanted to ensure there was a pharmacist involved in any registered facility. Your facilities are 80,000 square feet, how big are the others? The others were bigger than that, up to 160?
Yes.
So you want one pharmacist to be over an 80,000 square foot facility, 160 and like 120 and another 100? Separated by miles?
6 miles apart.
Yeah, no, we only compound in one facility at a time, so there's no compounding going on in all the ones. Just one compounding.
So how many hours is each facility open?
Yeah, the facilities are open, some of them are 24/7.
So
It's actually compounded in the Augusta facility and also in the Shell.
Yeah, but for 503B, we only do one.
you say it's open 24 hours a day, but it's only compounding at one or the other. They rotate.
So I don't actually have any concern about the pharmacists because I have worked with very large outsourcing facilities and manufacturers and the level of like internal controls they have. I think the pharmacist value is more on the clinical side with labeling and handling adverse event reports, that sort of thing. I don't necessarily know if that feels pharmacist is super critical in the manufacturing side. So that's not as big a deal to me.
It may not be accepted or regulations require that each
Yes.
facility have.
And I think it's more from the, who we call to get an answer from, or wherever the enforcement is.
Yeah.
You can just say human with authority in that permanent facility. I mean,
And I don't think we can do anything about what our regulations say today. But my understanding is that this lady in front of us would be that person for all of them. Right, like she would be the person to answer that.
that's what, I mean, if they were going to ask for a waiver, it'd be easier to give a waiver for having one person serve as a PIC in multiple facilities, realizing that she's responsible no matter which facility they are compounding in, rather than waiving the multiple permits issue, which is a more direct facility specific issue.
Filling or packaging or labeling. That's all.
Yeah, two, you've got DDA law for one building, you have to do to transfer when you go from one building to another.
Yes.
So John,
Yes, ma'am.
sorry, I'm missing a little bit, but I just want to make sure. So if they're only compounding in, I know they rotate buildings, but if they're compounding in one, what's happening in the other 3 at that given time?
The GMP activity going on, GMP manufacturing.
That they have a FDA manufacturing permit for the facility as well. So they could be doing full manufacturing or switch over and do 503B outsourcing compound.
And why do they have to rotate buildings? What's the
That's just
reasoning
their
for that?
business. That's just their business model.
I'm not hearing anything that if we had everybody else get multiple licenses, how we would not let them.
Yeah, I'm for, were you done, Dr. Mack?
Yeah,
Okay, that's just how things are, and I don't see why we should, start changing it. Each building has a separate address. So each building needs a separate permit. That's the laws, and that's how they're set. And I don't understand why you all are asking that we deviate from what's already written.
Okay, so what we read is, what we see is the regulation is not restricted to this one address. It says geographic location. And we read the geographic location to mean, a small area like in north. And so anything that is in that location can be given one license. That's why we are reading it.
But if you were, on your electricity bill, are you gonna get one electricity bill for all 4 buildings? Are you gonna get one water bill for all? Why are you asking us to give you one permit for 4 buildings that are at different locations geographically? And if you want to do it on GPS, there are different GPS locations. So why? I don't understand your thinking and asking us this question.
I don't know where the water bill, water companies, policies are, regulations are.
Probably per address.
Yes, but the FAA has given us one registration. Montana has given us a registration.
FDA is for manufacturers.
And for outsourcing.
Yes, I think
Dr. Mitchell brought up, when FDA started this, they talked about campus. Campus is not a geographic location. Geographic location is longitude, latitude for a specific place, not a region. I mean, if you look up even Webster dictionaries of geographic location, it's different than a region. But the campus thing, even the boards of pharmacy argue you cannot say that a campus is only half a mile, because we have hospital campuses that are further than half a mile routinely, but they still function from one address. 4301 West Market has been the address for UAMS Hospital campus for years, but because it's spread out like that, it's, FDA painted a different picture of this than what most state boards did.
So there's nothing we can do about the requirement to have a permitted address. So knowing that's the case, I'll just throw it out there. I don't take no red flags are flying for anything that they've said. In my experience with outsourcing facilities across the country from all kind of range of size, and level of sophistication, I haven't seen anything that's like super alarming, but that doesn't mean that, as far as what they're saying today, but that doesn't mean we can just change our rule on the spot.
I actually have a question. When you're doing your compounding, is all of the 503B compounding done in one facility? Walk me through the compounding of a 503B product. Where it starts, where it ends.
Like for the Augusta facility, the Augusta facility, we just recently did sodium acetate batches. So we have compounding technicians, and they basically have all the product when I get there is ready to go. If it's not in the room, it's for that sodium acetate, a total of 9 barrels. And all dressed up as well. We just their makeup, wear dress blues. So we go in there, everything is timed, everything that goes into that vessel is weighed. So each step is actually recorded. So it may take 2 hours, it may just take an hour to actually get the product into the vessel. And then you wait for it to mix where the directions are, then you come back and we have pH it, all that good stuff. We had to add silver base, QS, and go through all the pH again. And then once that's finished, that's when I sign off on my card. And then it's ready usually for transport.
And it transports to where?
When those facilities, it goes to the room that's right beside that compound.
Okay. Does it ever leave that facility for additional manipulation?
But it's going to be sterilized in that facility. And then once it's ready to go through chemistry, QA, then it's going to go to finishing. And finishing is usually done at Max, the headquarters. We have the new facility element that we're asking again to include in our original license here. That will be the finishing. So it's going to do the inspection, the labeling.
And do you go over there when that happens?
I do not.
So you're not in that facility when the labeling and all of that takes place?
Yeah.
So according to, I think Dr. Mitchell, you said one time that the FDA said labeling is part of the product?
The 483 is.
So you're watching the compounding, but once it leaves that facility, you're not following that product into this facility, and this facility, and this facility. Which leads to my question of, if you have 4 facilities that are all working on that 503B product, why is a pharmacist not involved in those steps?
I
think
would
it's my
respectfully disagree that I don't feel like a pharmacist needs to be involved in those steps.
But according to FDA, labeling is part of the product, is that not correct?
An invoice, I think what I said was the invoice is part of the labeling.
We had.
The labeling is part of manufacturing.
Okay.
Right.
So what's the 503B facility producing today?
You are producing sodium acetate.
So what pharmacist is there while that's happening?
Not being actually compounded.
If that's what they're preparing,
It's me.
but you can't be here and there.
Oh, are they having it today?
Yeah, so what are they
No,
producing
sir.
today?
No, they're not today, no, sir. So my apologies.
So they're not doing anything today.
That's
No.
correct right now.
Just to give you a background, in the last 3 years, we shipped 2 products. Twice we made 2 shipments with steroids. That's all.
But to be clear, they are in production in their facility right now, producing
Manufacturing products.
tens of thousands of sterile dosage units without a pharmacist on site because they have the controls in place as a manufacturing facility, do not require pharmacists to check on their staff.
As a manufacturer,
As a manufacturer.
Right.
We don't require pharmacists as a manufacturer.
but they're expected differently as a manufacturer also. Just, I mean, that would be our observation. A lot of the inspectors do both, but I don't know, do you guys get a different inspection for your manufacturing facility? Are you getting 483s in your manufacturing facility?
No, it's the same inspector. When the inspector comes in from FDA.
Yeah.
No, same inspector will kill you.
So when you transport product from one facility to another, is it in its final dosage form or like in its final container, or are you is it a bulk intermediate? Like what are you transferring from facility to facility?
It's in the final. And it's not labeled sometimes. It's not
Sure.
labeled.
Is that an
But it
inspection?
is- we compound and fill in one.
Okay. That's. I mean. The rule is what the rule is.
I think it's easier to give authority for one person to act as a PIC for more than one facility, which the board has done in the past. For someone who want to be the PIC of 4 out-of-state facilities because of hours of requirement for what they had to do. That is to say, you don't have to have the permits required. We're tying one human to, the board has approved staff to let you act as a PIC in an out-of-state pharmacy, not outsourcer, because outsourcer has a different hour requirement intended as like a standalone entity. Realizing this is a little different. The board has had people come before and been allowed to be the out-of-state PIC for 4 pharmacy permits before, because each one only worked 10 hours and they were in a common facility. We have one person literally work all the hours for 4 hours per week.
So is that waiver something that you guys would be interested in requesting? That's good.
Because it sounds like the requirement to have 3 more pharmacists, also associated with that far outweighs the time and expense of communicating for license.
And there's also the inspection part, we can't get licensed anymore because we're still waiting on that. To do the inspection, so we can get that later on. We were looking at if they can understand that it has to be with whether or not that's how long it's saying.
John, could you repeat what she said?
I could hardly hear it, Debbie.
My apologies. What I was saying is one of the things is to, we're asking for like one registrations because the FDA is the one that's doing the inspections and they're behind. And so when we have one license and we get an FDA inspection, it's going to cover all facilities. And so that does help.
No, we would take, if the FDA inspection inspected all parts of it, we would accept that for all of it. Like, we would not say that FDA has to inspect them separately.
Okay, but we have issues with other state regulatory agencies and will not give us the license because we still don't have an inspection from the FDA. Or it's not within the last 2 years.
Yeah, well, I mean, if you didn't have an FDA inspection, we wouldn't give you a permit either for a 503 facility.
Sorry, let me clarify. What Bridget is saying is, we haven't had an FDA inspection recently.
How long has it been?
It's 3 years now.
That's generally a problem for our process. If you don't have an inspection within 2 years, we don't give you a permit.
And
So they're gonna show up any day.
Right.
We literally had another 503B that had requested to meet with us that had not had an FDA inspection, and FDA showed up Friday. I think literally at the end of the week, Friday, like, we're gonna be spending the next 3 weeks with you, and so they canceled an appointment with us. Because they have to
Like
be there.
they thought it heads up because they don't do that all.
Yeah, otherwise they'd have been sitting here with us today, and FDA would have been there trying to inspect.
Can I just ask quickly what your quality management system looks like and how that works across the 4 facilities?
Yeah, it's essentially GMP, quality controls. So we have a quality chief, West Virginia quality. And she has over 30 years experience in the industry. And she has worked at some companies like AstraZeneca, Pfizer, among others. And now with that, we have the quality assurance department, and we have a quality control department. The quality control department has a chemistry and microbiology. And total, we have over 180 employees on quality assurance.
Is it the same quality system for 503B as it is for your commercial products?
Exactly. Same system. That is the intent from day one. That is what we wanted. We didn't want a separate system for the 503B. We want same standards for both 503B and GMP.
And the reason I was asking is because you see some facilities when they set up a 503B within an existing manufacturer, they almost carve it out as like its own separate subsidiary within the same building, and it operates with like a completely separate staff under different, SOPs. And in that case, it would be very different in terms of like how much oversight from a pharmacist I would expect to see. And so that's why I was asking that. Just
Do you guys, I mean, we've already reviewed your response to the FDA warning letter from last year. And our CGMP trained inspector thought that it was sufficient, that they did get a warning letter and they taken appropriate action. Is your lyophilizer on the 503B side, or is it on the manufacturer side?
It's commercial manufacturing. Yeah.
So it's a commercial product that's being lyophilized.
Yeah, every equipment we use.
did you get an EIR?
I believe, after the warning letter last week, I'm not sure. I can check. But the one that was out of it.
But yeah, we think they've closed it out. I don't know if they gave their EIR, but
Right,
It's
that's
apparently,
like what you
yeah.
want.
sometimes they get it quick, even though it's done. Sometimes if you don't ask for it, some people tell me sometimes you don't get it. But
I don't see, I have the documents, I don't see, but, we have one letter, and we have a lot of all these documents.
Anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, I move we uphold the staff interpretation of the rules in the manner request.
All right, I have a motion from Mr. Simpson to,
you mean for getting one permit for all
Yes,
four facilities?
I'm sorry, are you suggesting they should get one permit or should not?
No.
should get one for each location.
Okay,
The real change of letting 503B and the manufacturing be under the same.
That's not,
Yes, we would do that already.
And one PIC for all four locations.
That would be a separate consideration of that.
A separate motion.
Okay. But right now, the motion is to uphold the law.
Second.
All right, all in favor, please say aye. Any
Aye.
opposed?
So you could take in a separate motion whether or not you want to give away or allow one pharmacist. This is a different situation than what we would generally see with a standalone facility or even separate facilities.
So I'll make a motion that we allow, this lady in front of us to serve as the PIC for all four permits.
Well, before, we want to restrict it to this singular human, what happens, something tragically happened, they replace it with another PIC.
You know, that's an excellent point.
Yeah, I think we ought to.
I feel very comfortable with her.
It's
You want to restrict it to one.
No.
well, I mean, at this point, it's them requesting to allow her to function as a PIC for multiple locations. If she left, they could request another, or you could say up front that you just allow one, but that's up to you guys.
Yeah,
In the past, it was a specific human asking for the request, and the board granted that request for that human to be in multiple facilities.
and not any multiple facilities, like specific name.
It was specific facilities.
License.
So, yeah,
Do all four facilities do 503B? And
yeah. They rotate them through basically. I mean, it sounds like whatever the specialty need is for the product, you have a facility to fulfill that, and you can shunt your 503B activity to that facility as needed.
Yeah, this is just want to clarify, we don't have one facility that does the product from, start.
Beginning to end, yeah.
From start to finish. We need to use all four facilities sometimes to make it more transparent.
You're doing really large batches, you have sophisticated equipment for like visual inspection and labeling, it takes up a lot of space. And so it makes sense to me that, because they're almost usually like different departments, and it just happens that they're different departments. And
For different buildings.
they're not very close together, which is really odd.
So does she have to be in the facility that's doing the 503B compounding at that time?
I would say that like that's defined by facility within their procedures is what requires, what parts of their processes require specific pharmacist oversight.
Yeah, the way our rule would read is she would be the pharmacist in charge. Yeah, so
Right, but it's the compounding, the weighing, the mixing, does that include like filtration, fill finish, visual inspection, labeling, because most laboratories consider those to be not part of compounding.
I mean, the law says all compounding shall be done under the supervision of the licensed pharmacist and comply with federal requirements and applicable outsourcing facilities.
so I don't know how she can supervise 4 buildings.
I have that concern also.
I do not have that.
But
One person being responsible for buildings. And, I'm sure that, business will grow and that will expand. You've got one person responsible for what's going on in 4 different locations. That doesn't make sense, Yeah, but, if I want to take something from that facility, I want to make sure that we want showing. And it's
So the
possible-
evaluation is watching over at the time that it's being done. I mean, that would be akin to a pharmacist going to 4 different pharmacies doing the same pharmacist tasks, which she would be doing.
She stays in one place.
But she goes building to building.
No, just to stay in one place and then hang out.
Well, I go to the building with the other so what's happening, so that's where I go, that we're going to do that, okay, that's the building I go there.
All right, you're never doing the same time in multiple buildings.
I'm sorry,
You're never doing 503B manufacturing at the same, at 2 different locations at the same time.
okay, just one location at one time.
But you're not going back and forth between facilities or.
I go to the facility where they're doing the compounding. And so it's
Just the physical compound, putting together the drugs.
So you would be in a different facility every time they're compounding in that facility?
She's asking if you'd be in a different facility whenever they're compounding.
No, if they're compounding, I will either directly supervising them right there in that room. Or like the other day, we had a huge amount of sodium acetate for the kind of reason time it took to actually get the product into the big vessel. So I actually was directly helping them.
So if they're compounding, you're on site.
I am right there, I'm in that room. And I don't let them start on there.
Well, at what point do we add a second pharmacist?
So we're in that process of trying to find some, to get back up.
So we just voted to uphold the law. What is the question?
So their initial request that we denied was, in that last vote, was to have one facility permit for all 4 buildings.
That's what
We
they
said-
wanted initially.
We said sorry.
And we've been,
Correct. But now the question is if the board can give them a waiver to allow one pharmacist to be over those 4 facilities in this specific type of situation. With her telling you if they're compounding in facility 1, that's where she is. If they switch and instead they're going to compound or move it over and mix it in facility 2, then she moves to facility 2 with it. She's basically telling you she will follow the products, but even though she's following it, she can't be in all 4 facilities full time.
So I'm asking you, does that help this facility or does this help the citizens of the state of Arkansas?
Yes.
Or both? Both? Is that a motion?
I agree under the conditions that now if they start doing 503B at multiple facilities at the same time, I'm not okay with that. But
Who's gonna be there to see that?
Well, then.
now, so does this motion get memorialized in some agreement?
Well, for one thing, we're recording it. And so if we find out that that's not what's being followed later, this is what we would play in that hearing. But we would give them, I mean, we could easily give them a letter and say, as presented, you may serve as the PIC for all 4 of these facilities as presented to the board.
I would, if we can pass this motion, I would for that.
Is that your
You
motion?
can put that part of the motion.
I would.
Do we ever let anybody else do that?
We have let individuals serve as the PIC of, as I recall, up to 4 out-of-state pharmacies that have limited service or limited hours. Many out-of-state facilities do not, or many states don't have the requirement we do to operate 40 hours a week. So in some states, you can have a pharmacy permit that only operates 10 hours a week.
How many hours are each of her 4 open? All the time?
Well, that 24 hours a day, but they're only doing 503B outsourcing part of the time in a facility, not all 4 facilities at
24 hours.
And she's always gonna know when they're doing it and where to be, and I mean, that just sounds like setting herself up for failure to me.
I feel like there's some perspective that the board doesn't have. If you could help us, just very rough numbers, how many batches do you make in a month or a week or whatever is a good time frame? And how many of those are 503B?
I can tell you, we manufacture a total close to 1,000 batches,
1,000 batches a year.
and those are really large batches. So
Sure.
the minimum batch that we do is roughly anywhere between 15,000 to 100,000. The lowest is 15,000. Maybe sometimes 200,000.
How many a day? I mean, to get it to something easier to follow you.
Yeah, so we have high-speed food machines, they do about 300 watts, 300 cylinders per minute. So you're looking at roughly 100,000 minimum per day. Per line. So we have 5 lines that are operating, so you can go up to, we don't get to that every day, but you can get up to like 300 to 400,000 units per day.
So roughly 3 to 4 batches per day. How many of those are 503B?
So you can how many times you have? In a month?
Just recently, we did 3 batches. That was each month, that's
In a month.
in a month, maybe just probably anywhere from 2 to 4.
That's the average per month.
Batches a month, but only 3 of those batches a month are 503B.
And what's a batch?
Like a specific campaign.
Lot number.
Yeah, a lot.
Right, but how many is in a batch? How many is in a lot number?
10,000 to 20,000.
So 20,000 in a batch.
It'd be 20,000 syringes, 20,000 bottles.
Right, so we're not talking about, so if you do 3 batches, that's 60,000.
Well, I wouldn't get overwhelmed by the number. I mean, if you've been in a manufacturing facility, you've seen.
If this is 503B now.
Tablets or.
That's a manufacturing.
Right.
But 3 out of 100 are 503B. So we're doing 100 batches in a month. And it's really.
So it's 3%.
3%.
That gives a better, and I appreciate your question, but it does give a better perspective of part-time commitment to being the PIC for the 503B piece of the whole organization.
And how do you do a pick at 4 locations when you're only licensed?
They're
They're gonna have to license.
they're asking if they're going to have to license all 4, which you told them yes.
And do you have any other obligations for the company that you do besides the 503B? You do the licensing? So you do the licensing for all of the states? That's not a full-time job?
It's getting there.
It's a hot potato.
So
Said
you
you're trying. Sorry,
Go right ahead.
you're trying to hire a second pharmacist
Yeah, we are.
to do which part? Split it with you,
For compound.
licensing and 503B oversight.
It's everything Dr. Arthur doesn't want to do.
Oh, that's one of us.
I guess I'm having a hard time figuring out any reason we would let her be over all 4 facilities and licensing, and I just don't understand how she's gonna ensure what she's supposed to be watching that she can. I understand, I don't know how that place works, but it's concerning to me that I don't think very many times we would ever let some pharmacists be over 4 facilities.
Well, with all due respect, we license pharmacists every day. We expect to input prescriptions, do the drug utilization review, do the final inspection, counsel patients, run interference with insurance, keep up with continuing education, give vaccines in between, do MTMs as they pop up. I mean, but we don't micromanage that. We just say, you're licensed as pharmacist, you know the things you're supposed to do. So do it, and if you don't do it, we'll hear from you.
And the expectation of the role is still the expectation of the role, whether you have one person or 4 people doing it. It's up to them and the organization to decide, does she have the physical capacity to be able to serve in all of those roles? We're not negotiating on the minimum expectation of
And that's exactly where we get when we have complaints and there's a bad error or something, we bring the parties in and we figure out what was the workload? Does this seem reasonable? I mean, how much responsibility does the permit holder hold on a single human's ability to do this versus the human's ability to do it?
One more quick question for Dr. Archer. You said 2 to 4 batches. Can you quantify that for me, the number of hours that would represent that requires your direct oversight for those 2 to 4 batches? How many hours would you be involved in the process?
Well, so if we start like at 6 o'clock in the morning, it may take 3 hours to get everything into that batch. So I mean, I'm thinking 6 hours at least per day that we would actually compound.
Per batch, 6 hours
Per batch.
per batch. So if you did 3 batches in a month, that would require approximately 18 hours of your oversight.
Also, keeping in mind, they said they have over 500 employees and they have 108 employees. So like, a fourth of their staff is looking at all of the checks and balances in terms of quality and validation. Yes.
So that's on the manufacturing side.
Yes.
Right, so I was just trying to focus on the 503D side one at a time. Like one pharmacist.
She doesn't have to do anything in manufacturing for us.
So I will make a motion that on their application for 4 separate facility permits, that we grant them a waiver and allow Dr. Archer to be the pharmacist in charge for all 4 of the buildings that are listed in their FDA registration as it was presented today.
I would amend that to 2 things. One, that if they hire another pharmacist, that we revisit it, perhaps with that single PIC rollout. 2, we memorialize this on a letter, not just on video.
We would do a letter.
So amended.
Second.
The motion. We have any other debate or conversation on this? All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
See? So I oppose.
What was yours, Debbie? I'm sorry. You voted for.
What was Dr. Richmond's amendment? I'm sorry, I was gonna ask that and then y'all started voting so quick, I couldn't.
That if they hire a second pharmacist to revisit and ask them to split that duty out between 2 pharmacists and to memorialize it by sending them a letter of the motion that if the board passes it, instead of just having it on video. Right.
You still for it or against it?
I think I'd be against it.
Okay, so we've got 2 votes, 2 nay votes. It's not enough. Motion passes. Guess they'll reduce that, get it done right, get it out to you all.
We only have 1 application, so we'll leave the applications to the other facilities before we proceed.
Yeah.
Thank you for answering not very large number of questions.
Next, John. I thought you wanted to break. I do want to break, but that was.
So, up next we have Collier with a request for off-site order entry. I think actually that's it. You want to break? Good.
Yes, it would.
5 minutes.
All right, quick break.
5 minutes.
Go ahead.
You're unmuted.
All right, we're going. All right, next up we have Carter's Drugstores. You guys want to tell us who you are real quick for the record?
For the record, I'm Catherine Stark, Director of Pharmacy Operations for Colliers.
And I'm Mel Tony, owner.
And here in just a second, I'll actually ask you to start your video. So especially like Dr. Mack can see you. So if you'll click that on there, that way she can also see you. You may have heard me say earlier that for you guys, there's only one microphone in the place for like Dr. Mack or for our video record, and it is in the camera over here. So you have to speak up and project. Generally, they don't complain about being able to hear me, but there are other people around the room that they say they can't hear me. So I know I'm loud. We've got you guys here today. You guys have under tab number 8. Collier requested to be able to do some offsite order entry to help share some of their workload between stores. And they have a couple of scenarios, I believe on page 2, that they outline how they will employ it, where they'll have dedicated staff, responsibilities for each of the pharmacies when they are doing offsite order entry. This would fall under our rules that we wrote, I don't know, probably 15 years ago for retail pharmacies to be able to share some of the duties of offsite order entry. I could not remember, did you guys also want to be able to do like multi-dose bubble packing as central fill for other stores? At one point there was a question about that, but not right now.
No.
Okay. So as board members are looking at this, I'm sure they'll have questions, but if you guys kind of want to tell them just briefly what you're trying to do, that'd be helpful.
Yes, definitely. So the idea behind this is just to kind of share workload. The thing that COVID has taught us is that we kind of have to move and adjust to some of the shortages that has come up with staffing or some of the more intense workload that's brought to the forefront of the store. So having the ability to share the workload if someone calls in sick and have other off-site pharmacies at other locations kind of remote in and work that, like just inputting prescriptions through our e-scripts. We also are wanting to have a call center or a home store in the Dixon Street location that could kind of bring in the phone calls that are unnecessary for higher personnel to answer. So what are your hours today? Are you vaccinated today? What time are you closing? I can't think of any questions off the top of my head, but just some simple questions that don't require something more knowledgeable to answer. But just kind of having a designated section to troubleshoot some issues that could take the workload off the people that are actually working the bench and in front of their patients.
Questions?
2 things. It's a call center, so to speak, and pharmacists at another location that can fill the prescriptions.
So it's a kind of twofer. So we have a shared central system. It's a true shared database with Pioneer. So each location can actually remote into other locations. And so that was what sparked this idea for us is, you know, there's whether we're entering vaccines and running them through, being able to remote into that store and processing those vaccines so we're actually getting paid for the services that we're doing. But also, like the other part of the side of it is we do have a designated part of our pharmacy that is a call center that would be a central call. So all the phone calls for the company would roll into this. And then you would either have a pharmacist and some technicians take those phone calls. And then if it's like a simple question, again, like what are your hours, let them answer it. If it's someone who needs to speak to a pharmacist, you would transfer it to what location. All that said, those people that answer the phone would identify themselves as such, that they're part of a central offsite thing. So with that, in addition to answering the phones and kind of taking that chaos out of the pharmacy, they would also be able to get into each of the stores and process e-script. Some stores are more cut up than others based on their volume. So we would just be able to shift demand where demand is.
So if store A, they're short a pharmacist or a tech, and store B has more help, B would do the work for A. Is that what you're thinking?
If it was requested, yes. It wouldn't be an automatic process. They would have to say, hey, Paula, we're underwater. Is this something you guys can help us with? And if they are agreeable and it's something that they could do, then we would want them to obviously help them be part of the team if that works out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Thank
and
you.
Dr. Mack, you'll probably remember one of the questions the board asked in this process early on was making sure that it wasn't a forced work situation, that if, because, the company may not be able to tell the pharmacy B is busy because it may not look busy electronically, but they don't realize who's standing out there waiting on immunizations or point of care tests or something else. So we always look for, there's an assurance that the pharmacy that may not look busy does have the ability to say, well, we're busier than we look. We can't do that right now. They have the ability to refuse. And during COVID, we were able to give, during a bunch of the rule suspensions from even the state, we were able to say, look, you've got a person quarantined at home because they were exposed to COVID, but they can log in and help process, adjudication of claims, order entry, and verification. But that's gone now.
So I think in outlining the policy, outlining business surgeons and staffing interruptions or shortages, right? That's the scenario we might
Utilize this.
utilize.
Absolutely.
You're not looking to reduce staff.
Oh, no, not at all. So we have 8 retail locations and they're all fairly close together, but if someone calls in sick, it's always our district store that gets full, and that's where the call center is. And so we want to be fully staffed, that way we would have less people to pull from that. So if some other location needs help, then maybe we can support them remotely rather than depleting our staff.
So Kurt, what you have to do is take a pharmacist and call your shop.
And move them
And
physically.
that's going to go out to pharmacy.
It's more for technicians, but yes, in that case.
When, I'm sorry. When you're saying remotely, you don't mean somebody sitting at the office somewhere and they're gonna do it, do you? You'd mean a different Collier location is gonna do it?
Yes.
Yeah, under our retail rule, it has to be between licensed Arkansas pharmacies.
Okay. And then if there wasn't a pharmacist at all at a store, you would have to close it. You couldn't do that.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, everything else is within.
Sounds similar to one uses. Yeah, Forrest not long ago, for example, was a small train in South Arkansas.
We've done it several times.
Just some clarification on wording. Board of Pharmacy may approve a request where the pharmacy can demonstrate the procedure will result. It's not, we're not asking them to demonstrate, here's what it has done. It's just make the argument that what you're doing is rational, and this is how you anticipate it will benefit the operation.
Yes.
Motion to approve.
So Dr. Newsom made a motion to approve, seconded by Dr. Jolly. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Ayes have it, motion carries.
All right. We will send you guys a letter outlining that it was approved as presented.
Thank you, guys.
Right,
Appreciate it.
thank you. Back for you. Right. If you're gonna tell us who you are, and then we'll kick off. I know Dr. McGrady has a brief overview.
Sure. So my name is Jane Garrison. I've been with Proctor since its conception in 2011. What we basically do is we do multi-dose strip packaging, compliance adherence packaging for solid oral medications, patient specific. And we partner with other pharmacies around the nation They basically are the true owners of the prescription. It's not a transfer. So they're doing the data entry, the clinical review, the adjudication. They send us a file via our software. And then we package it, a pharmacist checks it. It goes back to the client pharmacy and they distribute to the patients.
So that they actually transfer the prescription after they have billed it and done.
It's more of like a packaging service.
So it's kind of central bill,
Right.
but it's not central bill necessarily between Arkansas pharmacy and you. It's mainly out of state people.
Right, you mean with our other partner pharmacies?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're licensed in 25 states right now.
So, and I say it to clarify, if it was an Arkansas-based pharmacy, we would ask that pharmacy to come in and get approval for central bill. In this situation, if that pharmacy is dealing with the patient, billing them and processing electronically, it would be like a front end, back end situation. They would be front end and permitted with us, and then PACU is asking basically get a permit as a fulfillment center. Brady can speak better than I can about one thing that was a little bit different about this one. Of how they kind of do the ownership of the drugs, which you probably explain better to it.
Sure, so we ask whatever wholesaler they're using. Right now, we've worked with Smith Drug, McKesson, AmerisourceBergen, and Cardinal. They set up what's called a bill to ship to account. So basically it's billed to them, shipped to us, and our software system keeps track of virtual inventory so that at all times they have insight into their inventory. So if they can't physically send us a file through our software unless the inventory has been sent to us and accepted. Once we accept that inventory, the file can then be transmitted, and then as soon as that file comes to us, it gets deducted from their inventory.
How is it not manufactured?
But
Packaging labeling, but it's not.
But it's patient
It's
specific.
patient specific.
It's
Everything's
dispensing.
patient specific.
So what's the label, what's on the label?
All information that's required by each, every state is different from what they're required, but each multi-dose pack has patient name, time they're taking it, NDC, drug, how to take the medication, quantity in the pack, doctor name, lot, expiration. And then it has our pharmacy of origin, our pharmacy name, and our name and personal.
I didn't catch all that, but it sounds like all of that hit your Humphrey department.
Yes.
Yes.
So what you're doing strip packs.
Correct.
Which are like M&M party packs in a string. Your labels go on the box itself.
Right, so what we do is the actual roll, but since we don't have access to their host system where they're processing prescriptions, once that pharmacy gets that roll back, they put it in either like a med box that they've designed, customized, and they put their prescription, either medication list that they customize or a label of each of the medication on that outside cartridge.
So you send it to them as an order, which would mean we would expect them to recheck it and label it with final labeling based on that order number that you got. So when you send it to them, it just basically has this is order 123A. And do you even know who the patient is or anything at that point?
No, we don't, it's all, every file comes over with all the
Okay.
information, patient, down to every dose for every single med.
And do you have stickers on there to reflect it was packaged by pack for
Yes.
you? And then, so you're meeting the central fill criteria
Correct.
that we would describe for BPA.
Every packet has that information as well as the header, footer, and summary packs.
Who owns the actual drugs that you pack?
The client pharmacy, so it would be the Arkansas licensed
And do
pharmacy.
you maintain that in your inventory?
Yes, we have a virtual inventory through our software system.
And is that inventory segregated by?
It is. It's segregated by client.
By client. So do you have virtual ownership of partial models or just full?
Virtual and partial.
So here's where this gets really interesting, Harold. I've seen this before with 340B. If you have an order for 26 tablets, I've already got 100 on the shelf, but working with the wholesalers, they will bill the 26 to whoever that fulfillment. So it's a full-blown virtual inventory. Otherwise, that pharmacy would have to have 15 separate inventories physically. So they've worked that virtually over the last few years.
So it's a virtual inventory, not a physical.
It's similar to contract pharmacy and also Safecore is a company that's actually FDA approved to do for hospitals where they work off virtual.
So your pharmacists don't do any of the clinical work, they're just
Correct.
checking that the right drug is in the right pack.
Correct. I mean, obviously, once in a while, I mean, the pharmacists, are clinical based, so they can, they look at things, and if they see something that looks odd, obviously, we bring it up to them, and if it needs correction, we get it corrected filed. But yes, clinical review is done with that primary pharmacy. Since we don't own the prescription, it is the responsibility of the client pharmacy to check, to ensure that what we have checked and produced is accurate, because they are the owners.
Yeah, I mean, they have to do all the DUR, all the counseling, everything else.
Right.
You prepare according to the order to check for it, and you're asking them to double check the physical product as a final check when they do whatever labeling they add to it or remove.
Correct.
So in general, if the board were to approve this, we would want you to do a multi-dose MOU, which is a fairly simple thing, basically allowing and laying out some criteria. Like, you would not have to worry about it as much as the pharmacy would be servicing in Arkansas. Like, our MOU, it does not allow it for nursing homes. But if you ever worked in long-term care nursing homes, you realize really quickly that would be my estimation, a terrible idea to do multi-dose packaging for nursing homes, as many changes you get in any given month.
Yeah.
So we would also have whatever pharmacy was utilizing you and then shipping the patients to also have an MOU. If an Arkansas pharmacy wanted to engage in your service for fulfillment, we would ask them to come before the board to get approval for central fill, specifically since it would be your finished product for them to do further delivery.
And we did go through something like that with the state of Missouri. So if we contract with, we had a pharmacy there, and they had to get a special class J license, with showing the shared pharmacies agreement. So both of us have to have the license in place before we could
Before they
actually
could do
do
process
business.
Is your pharmacist license in Arkansas? If you,
Yes.
they are. And then I think you probably spoke to this, but I couldn't quite catch it. When the patient gets it, are they going to know that your organization, if you will, build it and that the pharmacist has a label that goes with them? So, I mean, on normal central fill stuff, the patient knows both parties. So did they know about your party and the pharmacy they're picking it up from?
Yes, they know both.
Okay. Well, that's unique for sure.
Very unique.
What packaging robot do you guys use?
The Parata Pass 500 and then the Pearl visual inspection.
So the robot fills it, it's a Parata, but it has a visual inspection where it looks at the backside, the clear side of everything, and anything that it can't automatically validate was done correctly, it flags for the staff, the pharmacist actually go and say, well, that tablet was flipped sideways, but I can verify that one is correct.
And then if there is like a broken pill or a pill that hopped around, we do retake and rescan those pouches so that the corrected image is always on record. So
So
that way,
pharmacist doesn't look at all of them, they just look at issues or
yes, they look at all the issues.
issues only though, not normal things that just went through.
Yes.
So John, how does our rule read on that? I mean, doesn't a pharmacist have to visually inspect at some point in the process all prescriptions?
They're validating the scan on every prescription. So it flags it, but in this particular situation, what she said a while ago was they ship it back to the home pharmacy. It has the full set of orders and everything to do another final check on it prior to dispensation.
We actually are one client pharmacy in Tennessee. They unwrap and unspool every single pouch and check it for records.
They're not the dispensing pharmacy because it's a separate physical entity, but so they're checking it, but they're also using the Parata video view to assist.
So if somebody in Arkansas decides to do this, they're going to have to agree that they're going to look at everyone, just like this pharmacy she said in Tennessee.
They have to come before the board to get approved for central bill. And you could ask them how they're going to handle it.
And it is outlined in all of our contracts with the client pharmacies as well, responsibilities of each party.
as long as it's a pharmacy bill or is it patient bill for your service?
The pharmacy as well. It's the fee per patient per month for packaging.
It seems like a lot of those chains, of course, they were both owned by the same company. We had to be assured that at sometime during the process that a pharmacist checked them all. They couldn't just go by the machine. So I guess as long as somebody in Arkansas has to come before us, we can make sure they do it right, or that they have steps in place.
The pharmacy that either ships in Arkansas or resides in Arkansas has to have a final check. She's not right now shipping into Arkansas. She's not.
Right.
Anybody? No issue from staff. It sounds weird. I think it's kind of brilliant.
Yeah.
You only pay for whatever you actually use. You've got no excess inventory every time you use it. No partial bottle.
And we do offer, independent pharmacies that can afford a $500,000 machine to be able to offer a compliance adherence solution for their patients. And normally might not be able to offer them. So we have helped out, clients get more pharmacies, get more business, which has been beneficial. And sometimes we've gotten them to the point where they have grown so much, they can justify the cost of the machine, and we're kind of like in between.
But we've had small groups of pharmacy that they can afford for one location. They get central bill and do it out of that location and justify the expense. But they're gonna manage a virtual inventory for you.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Dr. Mitchell made a motion to approve, Dr. Newsom seconded, all in favor? All opposed? Looks like all approved, passes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you. I think you have some independent pharmacists in that would really like to start Julie.
Our next thing on schedule is 3:30. If you want, we can call an audible. If they show up a few minutes early, we can come back. If you guys want another quick break. Who's next? But unless,
I'm not presenting.
are you sure? We can change that.
They are downstairs though, I think, so they'll be here anyway.
Okay. In 5 minute break for the guys.
No sense of sitting.
I'm getting it. Oh. Yeah. All right, here.
Yeah, what, Circle of Life?
Yes, sir.
All right, and you introduce yourselves?
Yes, sir. My name is Ryan Langston. I'm with Circle of Life Hospice.
Jeff Rogers with Phoenix Long-Term Care, Phoenix LTC. We make Stat Safe, which is I meant to mention it, that we're talking about.
So under tab 10 for you guys, let's see, Mr. Rogers had Phoenix here previously. They had gotten approval to use this type of stat safe for some long-term care facilities. At that time, they explored possibly using it for hospice facility. This one is a little bit strange because I think, if I recall correctly, Circle Life used to have its own internal pharmacy, but decided to give up having a pharmacy and is now served by a retail store. So the request would be with a hospice hospital that does not have its own pharmacy permit, we do allow an emergency kit of sorts for that facility. So the request would be to be able to use this stat safe for the emergency meds in the pharmacy.
Right. And so just to recap a little bit, this is the third time I've been in front of the board. The first time was actually your first virtual meeting, December of 2020. And then just back in June, earlier this year, we did get approval to use the Stat Cube. And I know I'm kind of splitting hairs here a little bit, but the Stat Safe is an open matrix drawer type e-kit replacement. The Stat Cube has sealed cubes at the pharmacy that are sent to the facility, verified by a pharmacist, only opened at the facility by somebody authorized to open it. And so it is more secure, and that's what we get approval for on the last one.
So you're wanting the stat safe, not the stat cube on this?
No, I'm sorry, the Stat Cube.
Okay.
So, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. So it's the same machine that's been approved previously
For long-term care.
for long-term care, seeking approval for inpatient hospice use.
And so you're planning to use a pharmacist to come and load that in the hospice also?
Yes, sir. We work with Lowell Pharmacy. Okay. They're our partner, and they will be the ones providing the medications.
And the hospice emergency kit is one of the board has outlined before of, based on the number of beds, how many different doses of meds you can have for comfort care. That we've done with some changes in Rule 5 previously.
Comments? So this exists and the technology has been approved, just different departments.
Different partners. The one that is a little bit different in this is we have hospitals that have their own pharmacy permit, even oftentimes limited pharmacist coverage. So it might be 20 hours a week. This one used to have it. I can't remember, was it full time or was it 20 hours a week before?
Well, we had two of them, one at each of our inpatient units, and so it was a full-time pharmacist to cover two pharmacies.
And how many beds are the facilities?
Each facility has 24 beds.
It's a big facility.
Anybody?
Debbie?
I didn't say anything.
Any questions?
Any questions?
Oh. No, I don't think so.
Have you guys talked about putting a pharmacy back in, or has business dropped off that much that?
It hasn't. So the hospice industry as a whole is about to go through probably the largest regulatory change that we've seen since the Medicare benefit was created back in 1985. Right now, when we provide services, we bill Medicare through Part A, and it goes directly to the intermediary and pay us. Medicare determines the rates and whatnot, but in 2025, Medicare has chosen to include the hospice benefit with Medicare Advantage plans. And right now there's a demonstration for that that's happening across the country. It's not in Arkansas yet, but in some of the neighboring states and in California. And those hospices who have contracted with MA plans have seen a 10 to 11% reduction in the payment they receive. And so for a lot of hospices, they may not even have a 10 to 11% margin to give up. And so what we are doing is proactively trying to get ready for Medicare Advantage by reducing costs. But I'll also say that this is a threefold thing for us because our inpatient units operate much like an intensive care unit for hospice patients. 93% of the patients we take care of are in their own home or a place they call home, such as a long-term care facility, assisted living, that kind of thing. But the patients that come to us require 24-hour nursing care. They require physicians round on them every day. And oftentimes what we're doing in the inpatient facility is trying to get that pain managed comfortably. So a lot of tweaking happens there with dosage, with different types. And so whenever you have a patient come into the ICU, it's usually because they're in a pain crisis. And we're trying to quickly do that. This machine will allow us to speed up that patient getting their medications from the time it's ordered by the physician and delivered to the patient. Additionally, it's a safety thing. Right now, the e-kits that you mentioned, those are basically a kind of tackle box, really. And just about everyone on the nursing staff who has access to the med room has access to that. And so these controls will only allow the medication to be dispensed when it's ordered by the prescriber. And also will prevent med errors too, if you really think about it, because it's only going to open that queue for the medication that was prescribed by the physician. So there's a lot of different reasons we're doing this. Patient safety, speed, so increased care for the patient, quality care for the patient, getting ready for Medicare Advantage. It's threefold for us.
So that's going to back me up to ask you a couple of difficult questions. How is a machine that you cannot access until it's released faster than a tackle box that a call goes and says you can retrieve it? Maybe I'm ignorant of it, but it seems if one is hard to get into.
Well, certainly the security factor, so we'll go.
I didn't ask the security. He said speed, so answer speed, then we get security.
So let's say it's Sunday afternoon. Lowell Pharmacy is closed.
They have to have 24-hour coverage because they have institutionalized. So watch you, if you're going to complain against the pharmacy being the speed, that's different than the machine.
So their retail location is closed on Sunday. Yes, we can call them and they can staff deliver one, but the pharmacist has to.
No, it's an emergency kit. They don't have to deliver.
Okay, if it's not in the emergency kit,
then it won't be in this one either. You already have an emergency kit. You get no extra medications with using the robot, unless you've misunderstood them. The amount allowed for the emergency kit is the amount allowed for the emergency kit, unless you're requesting to use this as a stock med machine, which is a different request than I understood.
We came here with the same request that we had with previous one.
With long-term, which is so it's the same emergency kit with the same drugs there. So how is it faster?
okay, so your point, maybe it's not faster, but certainly will be safe.
Okay, safer. You have an ongoing issue with med errors from the emergency kit.
No, it's not.
So it can't be safer than zero. So you're saying it would prevent potential issues in the future?
I think so, yes.
Have you had any diversion?
We had, about 3 weeks ago, we had medication that came up in accounts that was missing, and we never found it. That's happened once and probably, gosh, I can't remember the last time that happened. So certainly in that situation, it probably would not have happened.
So that was reported to the pharmacy?
Yes.
Did we get a 106 from Lowell Pharmacy on that? So it appears we might have a violation that the pharmacy hasn't reported a drug loss, an emergency kit, but we'll have staff check that. So, and I ask these questions because I've been here a long time and I've seen a lot of red herrings of it's going to prevent diversion. And you're the first person that's ever told me they actually caught diversion. It's generally the red herring that's going to prevent diversion, and you found a solution to a problem that didn't actually exist. Because my argument is, if you have consistent drugs missing, we have a different staffing issue that we need to get authorities involved in, so we stop diversion. Because if you catch diversion as a shortage in the emergency kit, I would almost guarantee you probably have patients that are shown on paper have gotten their medication, probably never get. So you might have good paperwork, but bad patient care, not actually getting the medication to patients. So that's, going if med-airs don't exist, it's a protection mechanism. It's not solving a problem unless you already have it. If you had that problem, I would have a different argument with you that it sounds like you guys need to put a pharmacy back in there with that level of care needed, because at that point, it's not just a stat order. You would have the ability for the order to be released and have more stock than just emergency kits if you don't have your own pharmacy. Has that cost you having access to meds, not having your own pharmacy? Because it's got to be slower.
If they deliver twice a day, and of course, if we have to have the staff, we do the staff.
No, I mean, it has to be slower if you're getting delivery twice a day versus you have a room of drugs available to the staff under the, nurse entry process.
With the pharmacist traveling between the two facilities, it could be the same. It just depends on if that pharmacist is physically at that facility when it happens. And then on Sunday, we use contract pharmacists on Sunday to matter of pharmacy. They didn't come in for the full day.
But you had ability for nurses to enter and obtain meds without the pharmacist there.
Yes, sir.
So they have immediate access to the full line of meds, not just the emergency kit, if needed upon order.
I would need to verify with you on that. So the way it worked is we had the pharmacy and then we had a med room.
Okay.
And
you had certain stock in the med room.
Correct. They didn't have full access to the pharmacy.
But, well, that's so they didn't have to count absolutely everything. But there's not the same limitation to what you can put in that med room as to what you can have an emergency kit without your own pharmacy.
I'm not aware of what those limitations are, if there are.
Let me clarify something for me. We've approved cubes for the nursing home.
Yes, sir.
And you're now trying to get cubes approved for in-hospice, inpatient hospice.
Yes.
Are the drugs the same in the cubes for both places?
No. And they're not, because with hospice being end of life care, it's more focused on pain crisis, seizure crisis, and there's a few other things. So it is a different list of meds that's narrow.
But the hospice drugs are still there to be used in, let's say, an emergency. Short term.
It's an emergency kit. The weird difference with this, Carol, is a nursing home is not eligible to have like its own pharmacy operating there, but the hospices, especially one with 24 beds, is a pretty big facility. They oftentimes will have their own pharmacy there, a pharmacist on duty, and then have a med room as described. So instead of just having a very limited emergency kit, they might be able to do some more customized tailoring to what medications are available, the hours the pharmacist is available. They used to have that. So if you bring up it's faster, it's safer, and everything else, I'm like, well, I don't understand how it'd be faster. You have already made a potential safety decision to no longer have your own pharmacy or have a pharmacist in there on a consistent basis checking everything. So I'm almost more concerned if we create problems we're now trying to solve that is it the right solution.
From my perspective, we've approved the mechanism.
Yes.
We've approved the med list. We've approved the process of getting the cubes from the pharmacy to the box. It's just a different care setting. And it's up to their organization, business planning, finances, whether they want to spend more money on this piece of equipment to deliver that or not. Unless I'm missing something, I feel like we've already approved all the things, it's just the difference in care setting.
We haven't done it in this setting.
Right, the care setting is not.
My concern is if it's an issue of speed, access, or safety, do we create a problem by allowing them to not have a pharmacy anymore? And I don't see that it's a legitimate argument that it's faster. I get how it could be safer or more controlled or better tracking, but that's, I've had a lot of people sell me a lot of bills of goods over the technology over the years. And if we're going to talk about the benefits of it, I want it to be the right specific ones that are valid. Anybody else?
Yeah, so I want to talk about technology just real quick. So everything is going to go into the individual little pocket on one drug and each little pocket, right?
correct. So they're 1.5 by 3 inches, about inch and a half.
So if they're on one drug in each pocket as opposed to out in a tack box, there's a whole plethora of drugs there. So on the surface, that does seem like enhanced control. It's true. What about, does somebody have to lay a fingerprint down to get it?
Yeah, so access to the machine, different protocol in pharmacy, you have a pharmacy portal. Dispensing at the machines is a biometrics, and so it is a biometric read. There is ways to bypass that if taking a fingerprint, things like that. So there is a manual entry if fingerprints won't read, but it is the default is a biometric login.
So I want to know that process, but you need to restrict bypassing bio IDs as much as possible, right? What about barcode scanning? If I pull a bottle, I have one from out. Do I scan it to make sure it's the right drug?
Right. So you have barcode's standard on the machine.
It's barcoded on putting it in the machine as well as taking it out.
Correct. So barcode labels printed at the pharmacy, attached to the med, scanned at the pharmacy, and scanned at time of dispensing.
Okay, that's good. And if I go in and I want to take a controlled substance out, I have to put in a line count every time.
Yes.
On what's remaining.
Yes.
And if there's a discrepancy, because I told it I took out one, but I took two, one for me, one for the patient, who's going to monitor that? What's the policy and procedure for resolving discrepancies, and how fast does that happen in real time versus what may take a few days to discover in time?
So blind count happens in every dispense, and so machine asks for a count. It will accept one. I'm sorry, it will ask for corrections after one incorrect entry, and then after the incorrect entry, it will allow to move forward. The discrepancy report is printed or emailed immediately to an email distribution list. Probably go to the pharmacy to the DON. Different people. Discrepancies have to be resolved. Has to be investigated and resolved at the facility of the pharmacy. And so that's an immediate process.
So that's a nursing, that's going to be a inpatient hospice unit administration responsibility one, right?
It is, but the pharmacy is for
Since it's the pharmacy stop, the beauty of the blind count is they don't know what the number should be. They can't automatically make an assumption for that.
And I would, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the inpatient hospice setting, you probably have a large percentage of control.
Yes.
So does the system provide for any overrides? I mean, is there a process where you have to get approval, or can somebody go in and override it?
Yeah, so it can ask for, you can set it, the pharmacy can set it up for an authorization code, where they have to call the pharmacy to get the authorization code. So you go through the normal process, you do your fingerprint, the access, put in the resident's name, the patient's name, put in the drug selected, and then certain drugs or all drugs can be required to have a 4-digit code that's accessed by calling the pharmacy. And then so the pharmacy would have to give that code for those drugs.
So how does that differ from the usual process?
The user process, because there's different levels of access for the machine. And so you have to have a certain level of access to access to the drugs. And so you could access something just by using the volume.
But is the pharmacy given the override code on the basis of having received that order first?
So they would give the override, it's really an access code, not an override code. Right? So it's just an access code to access the drug that would be given. Again, it's a user set setting by the pharmacy. So if the pharmacy wanted to control, they could have it where it would require a code provided by the pharmacy to access that.
So that sounds like an authorization, not an override.
It's not yet correct.
Okay, so I'm specifically asking, just making sure that there's not some way that the system can be overridden.
No. There's security cubes that they can get that.
How do they get replenished? Is the pharmacy that's supplying the stock, they get a report every day, fill it up to max, or they set par levels?
They set par levels, and then pharmacy gets, again, user set settings, but the pharmacy probably is going to get some kind of a usage report each morning, and then they would replenish it back to a par level. We have expiring med reports, we have par level reports, we have usage reports that can be run either ad hoc on a regular basis or set for whatever frequency that the pharmacy wants.
But do they have to have a prescription?
They have to have an order. Access.
Yeah. Yes.
But the pharmacy also has to have an order to replenish, right?
No, we allow the pharmacy to stop the certain amount of medication there. in order for that stock to be used, they have to have an order. If the medication disappears and no one is shown to legally have done it, it appears to be diversion. And we should have seen a 106 if they're diversion. We don't have one. So I don't know how they restocked it that.
Well,
Because they canceled that.
Wouldn't that depend on, I mean, if they don't know that it's theft, I mean, all theft has to be reported, but not all loss, it has to be significant loss.
Any loss in transit is deemed significant loss. Unexplained loss is a whole other issue. You don't file a 106 to give to rectify your inventory. I'd have to ask our current DEA or Arkansas, but in the past, if something was in an emergency kit in a long-term care facility or a hospice facility and disappears without explanation, that is significant. They may have a different explanation of that now, but I would have trouble thinking that the DEA would say, man, if you just got drugs missing from emergency kits that are the pharmacy's drugs, was it lost in transit between the pharmacy and the home? Was it lost at the home or anything else? So they generally expect a report.
So it would seem that the stocking would set whatever the levels are, would it not? If the pharmacy is going to the facility, restocking, I mean, where are these things restocked? Are they restocked in the facility or are they just a different cube brought out?
Restocked in the pharmacy in a cube.
In a
then
cube,
that
the cube's
is-
brought.
Right, and then when the cube is empty, it's
So
returned.
that would happen in the pharmacy.
Yeah, and so, and to see the detail of it, there's a programming station for each cube. So that cube is programmed with unique code, so it's only accepted in the proper spot in the machine. And so everything's restocked.
Where are the opportunities for diversion?
Very few of this product.
Okay, between, it's assuming that the drug leaves the pharmacy and it has not been diverted. So the cube leaves the pharmacy and stopping at, so the nurse takes the drug out, takes lorazepam from me, gives the patient aspirin, so that obviously could be diverted. But in between those steps, what can happen as a diversion?
Before you answer that, please, want him to answer that in a live stream hearing on YouTube? I'm just curious.
You don't want to give tips of you where they can divert.
Yeah, I'm like, I mean, that's
Be happy to take that offline. I'll take that.
Can happen.
Short of the cube not being delivered to the facility, very difficult.
would it be accurate to say that there's a lot of ways diversion can happen, but it can be very quickly noticed?
Absolutely quickly noticed, because as the cube is programmed at the pharmacy, it's assigned a slot in the machine. And there's also a report on a daily basis. That cube is not loaded in the proper slot. It can't be loaded in the incorrect slot. But if it's not loaded in the proper slot, there would be an immediate report whenever other cubes are loaded. So you would be notified almost every month if it wasn't loaded in the proper slot.
Anybody else? Danny, you have anything?
Well, I was just trying to figure out what he meant by right now, does Medicare pay for hospice? And then it's 2025 Medicare Advantage is going to pay? I was just trying to figure out what that had to do with, where's the problem?
Yeah, right now it falls under Medicare A, so it's almost like a Medicare A bed in a nursing home. They're going to shift all that payment model to Medicare Advantage. So what Mr. Rogers is anticipating throughout the industry is that they're going to have a reduction in their reimbursement for care because of that change in the way they pay.
But everybody doesn't have Medicare Advantage, so then do they still get covered under Medicare?
If it's under Medicare, it's going to switch to Medicare Advantage for hospice.
Yeah, right now, if a patient has Medicare Advantage, if they come on hospice, Medicare Advantage stops being the payer.
Yeah.
And Medicare, traditional Medicare becomes the payer.
Okay, okay.
But in 2025, Medicare Advantage is going to start paying with the patient. Didn't enroll in the Advantage plan, is still going to be traditional
Yes, sir. Yes, sir, but right now, in Arkansas, about 53% of Medicare enrollees are in an MA plan, and that's increasing about 5 to 6%.
I see the same thing.
Probably also in commercials, probably.
Anybody got anything else? Motion, suggestion?
Or do we need to resolve this about the 106 first before we go forward? If there's a question of it out there.
That's on the pharmacy. I mean, they may explain that they don't believe they have to follow 106, but
Yeah, as far as this facility, though.
yeah, I don't know that it affects the facility.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we approve to propose.
Dr. Richmond made a motion that we accept the proposal between Phoenix Long-Term Care and Circle of Life, is that correct? And Dr. Jolly seconded, all in favor? Any opposed? It passes.
You got a person?
May I ask a question?
Yes, sir.
That's not just limited to Circle of Life hospice, that will all hospices and that have an
That's
inpatient.
specific to you.
It's your request.
Okay.
That is
I
specific
thought
to
you
your.
were requesting for 2 facilities.
Yeah.
Requested for 2 facilities.
Yes, sir. That's
For your facilities.
Okay, so if any other hospice program wanted to do this with their inpatient facilities, they would need to come before you and do the same thing.
That is correct.
Yes, like, so at this point, Phoenix would now be considered to have an approved product for a hospice request, but they may have different policies and procedures.
For one location now. Our understanding that this is going in and only one of your locations.
Two
locations.
One company.
Yeah, one time, okay. And if he gets a third location,
You want him to come back or can staff approve? If it's Lowell Pharmacy for his third location, it's approved as presented for Lowell to use it with his.
so I'm saying this is it.
So similar to what we did earlier.
Yeah.
With in-state, like a hospital.
With
We want to
also-
authorize staff if another hospice organization wants to use this system to take a look at that and approve it, if we want that to come back before the board.
I think it's a separate organization, you're working with all.
Yeah, I agree.
Because the inpatient hospices are all different. I think that's it for this one. All right, thank you guys.
What's next?
We had one of our reciprocity folks, Ms. Aguilar is on with us now. I think she got her wires crossed, but thought that it was tomorrow, not today. So can you hear us? It looks frozen. There we go. Well, you might have to kill your video to see if we can get your audio better. Oh, I think she went all the way off. We'll see if she can come back on. Because that was very, very choppy.
She's the very first restaurant.
We can kind of hear you, but it's very choppy.
How would I call in from the telephone instead of myself, because the signal is quite awful? I will use the landline, and then I will punch in the meeting ID real quick here.
We can hear you again at the moment, so if you stand real still, it might work. It's working again. So we need to know who you are, where you're from, where you went to school, and why you're getting a license in Arkansas. And I don't think she can hear me.
She looks like she's a nice lady.
Zoom is so much fun.
I
I like it better than I like Teams.
Well, that's.
Yeah, no, I will endorse that.
Or go-to meeting.
It's not so the teams, WebEx.
No, it is.
The psychology board uses Teams exclusively, even though nobody on the board seems to know how to use it right.
It's not as easy.
I'm not saying, I'm not saying that you were here, right? I think
That's how it works.
that's the technology.
No, it's been sponsored by Teams.
No.
So I was able to hear some of what you guys said, but not, if there were any questions, I didn't catch them.
Who are you? Where are you from? Where'd you go to school? And why are you getting a license in Arkansas?
Oh, so you didn't hear any of that I said?
Nope. Not at all.
Okay, so they couldn't hear me in there. Maybe that one? Okay, I'm gonna try this other room.
No, you're good. Just keep talking. Just keep talking.
My name is Cynthia Aguilar. I went to school at Pacific University in Hillsboro, Oregon. And I am applying for reciprocity because I have taken a full-time position at ExpressRx in Paris. Did you hear that? Can no
Okay,
one hear me?
any questions for her? Do you approve her reciprocity?
By all means.
Motion's to approve.
All in favor? Say aye. Any opposed? Welcome
Okay.
to Arkansas, Ms. Aguilar.
What Arkansas, you got questions? Thank you.
I don't know.
Are you there? She's on my screen. That's, I keep it going here so I can also see who's all there.
But we're strict around here, really?
Yeah.
Do we have anything else?
We got nothing else.
We got our dates for the future meetings?
Yep, tomorrow's gonna be a full day, kicking off at 9 o'clock.
9 o'clock.
See y'all in the emergency room. This meeting is adjourned.
All right. That's it for today. Thanks, Debbie.
Okay, thanks.
Bye.
All right.